Hello and welcome to the 2025 Van Fleet Policy Forum. Thank you so much for joining us today. First, I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for making it here today. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Jonathan Corrado. I'm the Policy Director of the Korea Society, also a non-resident fellow here at the Atlantic Council. It is a joy to be surrounded by colleagues, partners, friends, supporters, all joined in a common cause. So many of us, all in our own very different ways, are working towards promoting closer, stronger US-Korea relations. I feel fortunate to have such a worthwhile mission and such dependable allies. We're grateful for the Atlantic Council for your partnership on this. We're grateful for the Kim Koo Foundation for all of your support, the Korea Society's corporate sponsors and individual members, all of whom make events like this possible, so thank you. We've got a lot of exciting, action-packed material to get through today, and it seems like the clouds are parting and so many things are lining up perfectly for us. There were no flight disruptions that impacted our speakers' ability to come here. The fact sheet on the US-Korea trade security came out last night. Everything perfectly lining up for us today. A couple of quick reminders. First of all, this conversation is not happening at you, it's happening with you. So we invite you to engage with us. You could do that in two ways. First, near the end of each panel, our moderators will ask you to raise your hand, so please ask a question. Secondly, you can go to askac.org. Type it in your smartphones. It's super easy. Even I was able to figure it out, askac.org. And you could type your question in that way, and our moderators will be able to see it. Last, just a reminder that we've got 10-minute networking sessions built in. We know that a lot of you come here for the joy of getting to meet your partners, your colleagues, and meet new people as well. So please take advantage of those, and we ask you to please rejoin us promptly for the next panel. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce the Korea Society President and CEO, Tom Byrne. Please help me to welcome him to the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the, as Jonathan said, the 2025 Van Fleet Signature Policy Forum, US-Korea Cooperation Across Domains and History. I'm happy to see many familiar faces, and also I'm very glad to meet many new friends, too, here. The Van Fleet Policy Forum is the Korea Society's flagship policy event. It explores the most timely issues affecting the multifaceted nature of the US-ROK relationship. This is our third forum, and I think it's the most ambitious, and that is a reflection of the many far-ranging developments that have happened that affect the relationship over the past several years, and even over the past year in particular. I think it's also a reflection that partnering with the Atlantic Council really augments our capacity to hold this forum. So the first Van Fleet Policy Forum was held in 2021 at the Korea Society's office in New York City. After a pause, we came to Washington last year, hosting the forum at the Mayflower Hotel. Today, we're thrilled to return and grateful to hold this event in partnership with the Indo-Pacific Security Initiative in the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. The team here has been wonderful to work with, and we value our partnership. The event is also made possible by the generous support of the Kim Koo Foundation, as well as the Korea Society's individual and corporate members. In just a minute, I will invite our board chair, Ambassador Stevens, to say a few words about Kim Koo, but please allow me a few moments to speak about the namesake of the Policy Forum. General James A. Van Fleet founded the Korea Society in 1957 in New York City after leading the principal U.S., UN, and South Korean fighting forces as commander of the U.S. 8th Army in the Korean War. When he departed Korea in January 1953, he said, "I shall come back. You have made me a part of you. I know you are a part of me. I will not ask you to give me back my heart. I leave it with you." Van Fleet promised to be a champion of the Korean people, saying that the historical significance of Korea deserves perpetuation. He made good on that promise, first by raising funds to support aid and reconstruction efforts, and later by strengthening people-to-people ties through the establishment of the Korea Society. As part of that effort, I am excited to let you know that a digital archive of the General Van Fleet's extensive personal records, documents, and photos has recently been established by the Van Fleet Foundation, led by Van Fleet's grandson, Joe McChristian. Stay tuned for upcoming Korea Society programming highlighting this special archive. Nearly 7 decades later, the Korea Society strives to live up to Van Fleet's legacy and remembering his will to win to motivate us and to pursue the same mission that he set forth. During today's conference, I am confident that we will do just that. We are fortunate to be joined today by a powerful lineup of experts who will examine the most pressing topics affecting U.S.-Korea relations, including diplomacy, geoeconomics, and history. But the experts aren't the only ones here on the stage contributing. We also have a terrific in-house audience that we invite to participate in our discussions. Today's proceedings are capped off by a keynote video remarks by U.S. Senator from Nebraska, Pete Ricketts. We are eagerly looking forward to hearing and seeing those remarks. So please help me welcome our board chair, Ambassador Kathy Stevens.
Well, good morning, everyone. It really is a pleasure to see so many friends and colleagues, and also some new faces here in this wonderful facility, and a huge thanks to the Atlantic Council. It's my first time in your, still, I would say, new to me, at least, facilities, and it's fantastic. I'm here saying a few words, first as the chair of the Korea Society, which is based in New York, and as Tom has noted, from those headquarters in New York, the Korea Society mission for many decades has been to promote greater understanding and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. There's a lot of ways to do that, but part of what I think the Korea Society is trying to do is to carry out that mission by organizing events like this one that look at the more official side of the relationship in some ways, and that's one reason why we're happy, I think, to do it here in Washington. And thanks to everyone who's traveled to Washington for this, whether it's from New York or especially our colleagues who've come all the way from Korea. The timing seems very good. We thought, I think, when it was scheduled that at this point we'd be almost 1 year into President Trump's second term. Korean President Lee Jae-myung is approaching the 6-month mark in his 5-year tenure. But I think we were maybe more prescient than we thought, or we'll take credit for it, because I woke up this morning, as many of you did, to see that not only had the White House issued late last night a fact sheet on the two presidents summit meeting in October, but President Lee Jae-myung had already had a live TV conference in Korea to go over it, and signifying just how important this relationship is, just how important what is happening in the relationship now, and maybe what's not happening in some ways, is to both our countries and indeed to the world. So I'm not here to give a speech about that, though. I do want to say we're going to start this morning with an overview and then delve into some of the more areas in detail. As Tom said, we do want this conference to be interactive. We want it to be the start of a conversation or continuation that continues. There will be questions and engagement throughout the day if those of us who are moderating could master the high technology here, and we have built in time for audience questions and networking breaks. But now I'm going to stop for just one moment and put on another hat I'm proud to wear, and that is associated with the Kim-gu Foundation, where I am on their advisory board. For those of you who don't know who Baekbum Kim-gu is, I see there are little booklets that have excerpts in English, helpfully for many of us, from his work. And it is with the Kim-gu Foundation's support, very generous support, that this conference is a reality. And I regret very much the Foundation's chairperson, Dr. Kim Mi, was unable to join us in person, but she has asked me to say a few words. I think it is fitting and an honor that this conference is associated with Baekbum Kim-gu at such an eventful moment in U.S.-Korean relations. Kim-gu was a leader in Korea's independence struggle and the president of Korea's provisional government, tragically assassinated in 1949. And just one other note on Kim-gu, UNESCO actually has designated 2026, the upcoming year, as a commemorative year to mark the 150th anniversary of Kim-gu's birth in 1876. UNESCO celebrates historical events and figures that represent the organization's goals and values of promoting cooperation between nations through education, science, and culture, and contributing to peace and security. And that little booklet gives you an idea of some Kim-gu's thoughts on that. But I'm also, magically I'm told on the screen behind me, this is my last, is going to appear, there it is, test of your Chinese characters. This is a calligraphy that I first saw in the Kim Gu Museum in Seoul back in 2008 when I visited it and had the privilege of meeting Kim Gu's son and granddaughter. Actually, his granddaughter is Kim Mi, standing there. And I received a copy of this calligraphy, which was first inscribed and given to an American diplomat named Gregory Henderson, whom some of you may have heard of. And for those of you who don't read Chinese or Old Chinese, you have to read from the right to the left. Written by Kim Gu just a year or so before his death. It's, I have to remember now, make sure I get the Korean pronunciation right. Yeah, Hanmi Chinsan Uho Pyeongdong. Starting here, Hanmi, most of you will know. So Korea and America, friendship, equality. Well, actually, friendship, it's actually Chinsan, Uho, and cooperation, Pyeongdong, equality. So to me, it's very significant. I hung it, and I think Ambassador Goldberg kept it in the residence. And that one hanging there is, does anybody know where that is? Well, sorry. It's in the Korea Legation House, which is in Logan Circle, and was hung there last year, or maybe it was earlier this year, by the granddaughter. And so again, anyone, my historical note in interest in learning more about the history, and we have a history panel today on some other things of US-Korean relations. A great place to start that is to go to Logan Circle and see Legation House. But again, a big thanks to the Kim Gu Foundation, not only for supporting this conference, but for its support of the Korea Society over many years. And finally, I do want to thank the Atlantic Council for hosting us and being our partners in putting together today's forum. I'm going to ask Marcus Garlakis. I know how to say your name, but it's early in the morning. Who needs no introduction, but we'll hear more from him later. And again, thank you so much to the Atlantic Council for working with us on this. Marcus.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much, and everybody just calls me Mr. G in Korea anyway, so I'm sure you probably didn't hear Garlauskas very often when we served together in Korea. Welcome to the Atlantic Council's global headquarters. Good morning. And of course, good evening to those of you joining us virtually from South Korea, and then greetings to everyone else tuning in from around the country, around the world. As you heard, I'm Marcus Garlauskas. I'm the director of the Indo-Pacific Security Initiative of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. Though my portfolio now encompasses the whole Indo-Pacific region, and my most senior position when I served in government was adversary-focused on North Korea as the National Intelligence Officer for North Korea, the health and the growth of the US-South Korea alliance has a special place in my heart, professionally and personally, particularly with 12 years serving in Korea, including with many of the people in this room, alongside South Korean allied counterparts in the Combined Forces Command. And so I'm really honored to have a chance to help lead this very important alliance unofficial dialogue. Working with allies and partners is really core to the Atlantic Council's mission of shaping the global future together. And we're proud also to call the Korea Society our ally and our partner, and we can accomplish so much more together with our allies and partners, right? And then, of course, thanks to the support of the Kim Gu Foundation for helping make this event possible. And convenings like this one are really integral to the mission of the Scowcroft Center for developing sustainable, nonpartisan strategies to address the most important security challenges facing the United States and its friends and allies around the world. The center is named for General Brent Scowcroft, honoring his service, including twice as National Security Advisor of the United States, and it strives to embody his ethos of a nonpartisan commitment to the cause of security and support for U.S. leadership in cooperation with allies and partners. Now, the Indo-Pacific Security Initiative that I lead, also known as IPSI, is one of the center's 4 programs. We produce analysis, we conduct tabletop exercises and war games, conduct private convenings, and then public events like this one. And then, of course, we engage directly with U.S. allied and partner key private and public sector stakeholders, all to inform the strategies, the plans, the policies of the U.S. and its allies and partners to address the top security challenges in the region. So in that spirit, I'm looking forward to a very robust conversation on South Korea-U.S. cooperation across security, diplomacy, geoeconomics, and alliance history. And this discussion is really so very timely, given that just last night we saw the fact sheet published that captures the key takeaways from the summit between President Lee and President Trump, showing the comprehensive, functional, and geographic scope of the alliance as it exists today and as it will move forward into the future. So we'll cover all the 8 issues from this fact sheet today in our wide-ranging panels, and this includes rebuilding and expanding critical industries, ensuring foreign exchange market stability, enhancing commercial ties, promoting reciprocal trade, protecting economic prosperity, furthering our maritime and nuclear partnership, modernizing the military alliance, and coordinating on peninsula and regional issues. Now, those last 2, of course, are areas where IPSI and I personally have focused key elements of our work over the last 2 years, and I look forward to sharing my further thoughts on those 2 questions during our panel chaired by General Sharp, so I'm not going to dwell on them anymore here. Now, but before we continue, I think there's one last important thing that we need to do, and that is to thank the staff who made this event possible. So we can't name everyone, but I want to highlight a few key players. And one is Chelsea Alexandri. Chelsea from the Korea Society, such a key role in making this happen. And then Kyoko Imai, our Associate Director of IPSI, the key counterpart to Chelsea in this process. And then Program Assistant Audrey Rowe, who is, I know, put in a lot of tireless hours. She's back there in the corner and she's very shy, but really played such a critical role in making this happen. And of course, thanks to our events and AV teams for the high quality presentation that makes this possible. So thank you all very much. And then of course, I do have to thank personally Jonathan Corrado, Johnny, to really say that this would not have been possible without his personal alliance and his personal drive and leadership. And we're very proud to also call him an IPSI non-resident fellow in addition to his distinguished role as the policy director for the Korea Society. So now I'm going to turn to Jonathan to come to the stage to introduce our first panel.
Thank you, Marcus. Feelings mutual. Let's get excited. First panel here on diplomacy. I'm going to introduce them one by one, bring them up to the stage. First up, we've got Ambassador Kathy Stevens, served as a career diplomat in the U.S. Foreign Service. She was ambassador to Korea, of course, in 2008 to 2011, the first woman and the first Korean speaker in that position. Now, of course, she's our board chair. Please help me to welcome her to the stage, Ambassador Kathy Stevens. Next up, nicest guy you're likely to meet today, Ambassador Kim Hyung-jin, now visiting researcher at the Institute for Future Strategy at Seoul National University. He worked for the Korean government for 38 years. His last post was Deputy National Security Advisor to the President. Before that, he was ambassador to the EU and NATO and Belgium and Luxembourg, because 3 was not enough. Please let me hear it for Ambassador Kim. Last up, another one of our very own board members, Ambassador Phil Goldberg, served as U.S. Ambassador to Korea 2022 to 2025. Before that, he was ambassador to Colombia and Bolivia and coordinator for implementation of U.S. sanctions on North Korea. Most importantly, he recently participated in 2 Korea Society programs, which I think is the highlight of his career. So thank you very much. Please help me welcome Ambassador Goldberg.
We realize this is going to be a prize fight, but we'll do our best. Please. Well, again, welcome, and I'll let Ambassador Goldberg just sit down, and we'll start, because I know we've got a big program in front of us, and we're already even a little bit behind time. So I, as moderator, my job is to say as little as possible, because I have 2 not just wonderful friends, but just extraordinary diplomats and observers over the years of their own country's politics and U.S.-Korean relations, and I really want to get to them. I thought in this first session, we should really kind of take the high-altitude view of U.S.-Korean relations, and then I know the next panels will delve into a more in-depth focus. We've already talked about the summit diplomacy, the intense interchanges between our countries just over the last year. And now this fact sheet coming out this morning. So I think rather than further talking on my part, I'm just going to turn first to Ambassador Kim and ask him for his thoughts about, and then ask Ambassador Goldberg for similar kind of his thoughts on where we stand in U.S.-Korean relations most broadly. Where do you think the key issues, both in terms of progress and in terms of challenges ahead, lie? And just some opening thoughts. Ambassador Kim?
Yes. Let me start with the summit meeting in Gyeongju between President Trump and President Lee Jae-myung. The summit meeting got a lot of attention. One of the reasons was uncertainties was coming from Washington, D.C. Even if trade agreement was concluded in July, that agreement was not fully implemented. People in Seoul say, open quote, the Korean advertisement of Matrix Reloaded. Whatever you imagine, you will see more than that. That was the feeling, and South Korean people realized the validity of Yogi Berra saying, it ain't over till it's over. We are living in the forever negotiation period with Trump administration in Washington, D.C. The meeting in Gyeongju brought relief. First, the details of trade agreement were finalized. Korea had pledged to invest $350 billion in the United States, but it could not do upfront because it has foreign reserves of only $430 billion in total. Then two sides agreed the annual investment ceiling would be $20 billion for $200 billion cash investment portion, and for the project with commercial viability. Second, President Trump approved Seoul's plans for nuclear-powered submarines. President Lee Jae-myung explained, diesel-powered submarines have limited capability to track North Korean and Chinese vessels. The Trump administration is also sympathetic to Korea's pursuing uranium enrichment and spent fuel reprocessing. Shipbuilding industry is also a promising area for cooperation. South Korea will invest $150 billion for the MASGA project, Make America Shipbuilding Great Again. Third, the possibility of summit meeting between President Trump and North Korean leader remains, even if it was not arranged this time. The Prime Minister of South Korea raised the prospect of North Korea-United Summit meeting in March next year. What happened outside the meeting room was also important. Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, pledged to provide 260,000 GPUs. However, uncertainties still remain. Even if fact sheet was announced yesterday, it was supposed to be announced earlier, and it shows there were many negotiations going on. And regarding the nuclear-powered submarines, South Korea wants to build them within the country with South Korean technology, with the US-provided enriched uranium. But President Trump stated the two countries would construct them at the Philadelphia shipyard. South Koreans have the trauma from witnessing more than 300 workers at the Hyundai Motor Battery plant in Georgia taken away in handcuffs and chains by the US Immigration and Customs Enforcement just 10 days after the summit meeting in Washington. Indeed, the devil is in the details.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. That was excellent. I remember your phrase, forever negotiation period. I think that's very apt. And as you outline these things, it seems in many ways we see the two countries growing closer and pledging for much, much closer and deeper cooperation in very strategic fields, including technology and of course, investment and others. But at the same time, the seeds of some divergence. So, Ambassador Goldberg, your thoughts?
Well,
I think Ambassador Kim, by saying the forever negotiation was taking place, I think it continues after reading the fact sheet. There are several areas that remain undefined and which still need to be worked out. Some of the investments where a committee will be formed about how the money will be invested. In the military area, it talks about the subs, but doesn't say where they will be built. There is this idea that they could be built at the Philly shipyard, but it's not really equipped to do so. It would cost a fortune to build that facility up so that they could actually build a submarine there. And as Ambassador Kim said, the Koreans would like it to take place in Korea in any event using Korean technology. There's the agreement about nuclear fuel, but that's subject to U.S. law and a revision of the 123 agreement. So that too is pending. So there still are details here that need to be fleshed out, even though this is the general guidelines for doing so. You know, one of the questions that we asked coming into this meeting was whether the new relationship, which does deal with so many strategic areas, is adaptive in the way it goes about defining new areas of cooperation, or whether it's transformative. And I tend to think it's more in the latter category, that there's a transformation going on. There are areas here that are going to be very difficult, really, for Korea, even if the boundaries of the investments is now within the foreign exchange category or limits that it can spend every year. It still will be it'll be a hard slog. The other questions about subs and nuclear fuel and the reprocessing still have to be worked out. So again, but these areas are completely new. We had a free trade agreement with Korea that is no longer really in force, except for maybe some of the rules associated with it. And it is being replaced by all of these new kinds of measures that are not just for Korea, but are taking place all over the world. Japan is subject to the same investment and trade tariff demands from the Trump administration. Europe certainly is going through the same as well. So it's part of our worldwide policy, but in this case, very specific for Korea.
Yeah, thank you. A reminder to all, you can start putting questions in, which I promise I'll leave some time at the end and get to those. But I want to just continue maybe a little bit on this theme of, Phil, you said you see this as perhaps a more transformative a period ahead for the U.S.-Korea relationship rather than just adaptation. I agree with that. But Ambassador Kim, I wanted to ask you, because I mean, this transformation or these issues are not occurring in a vacuum. And I think sometimes here in Washington, I'd say in particular, we do see still this is, we're the hub and everything else is the spoke. And that but Korea has had some really important interactions, especially at the APEC summit, not only in the multilateral context, but President Lee had a summit with Xi Jinping. It was Xi Jinping's first visit to Korea, I think, in 11 years. And of course, there's a lot of background to that. I also noticed that South Koreans had the task not only of the multilateral, just speaking of organizing things, of a multilateral meeting to organize in Gyeongju, but 2 state visits. State visits are a big deal, those in Washington know. One with President Trump and then with President Xi, and they pulled it off all. So kudos on that. But on the substantive side, I wonder if you could say something about the Lee-Xi summit, about Korea-China relations, and also, of course, President Lee and President Trump or I guess President Lee had his first summit with the new Japanese Prime Minister. And I know you've spent a good deal of time in Japan recently, so maybe a little comment about Korea's regional relationships.
Like many other countries, South Korea has a complex relationship with China, involving a mix of cooperation, competition, and confrontation. Seoul put importance on resuming dialogue at the high level with President Xi Jinping because the Lee Jae-myung administration thinks the past administration did not really have good communication, and the administration think it was a success in that sense. As President Xi solidifies one-man rule in China, it is very important to keep communication channel open with President Xi to address pending issues. And from the point of the South Korean government, second important thing was to deal with people's livelihood issues at the summit meeting. China is South Korea's biggest trade partner. There are around 950,000 Chinese residing in South Korea. Among them, 640,000 are Korean Chinese. Last year, nearly 5 million Chinese visited Korea. However, the complementary trade relationship has turned into a competitive one in many areas. The two sides agreed this time to pursue horizontal cooperation. China also showed sympathetic attitude to removing restrictions on cultural exchanges that was maintained after Seoul's decision to deploy THAAD in 2016. And the third important point for South Korea was cooperation on North Korean nuclear issue. The collaboration among CRINC countries, the axis of upheaval, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, poses security threat to South Korea. And in dealing with North Korean nuclear issues and maintaining peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, China's role is required to some extent. But there are still some uncertainties. Number one is, it is not certain whether Chinese government will remove ban on Korean culture in China, because it has already transformed itself into China's overall cultural and entertainment control policies. Number two is, there is an issue in the West Sea between China and South Korea. China is constructing massive maritime structures in the provisional measure zone, where the exclusive zones of two countries intersect. President Lee jokingly said when he received presents from President Xi Jinping, a set of Chinese Xiaomi smartphones, he said whether the communication security was secure on this telephone, and President Xi Jinping responded by asking President Lee to check whether there were backdoors on these cell phones. That actually highlighted the complex relationship between the two countries. About the South Korea and Japan relationship, Andrei Lankov, a Russian professor working in Korean University in Seoul, he wrote in newspaper column, Korea is a country, foreign policy changes 100 degrees every 5 years. And people expected the same thing in Lee Jae-myung administration's policy towards Japan. But luckily, the good relationship is still continuing. Mm-hmm. One of the big reasons is unexpected news is coming out from Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
These two allies need to consult with each other to keep the alliance intact. And it is no wonder President Lee Jae-myung dropped by Tokyo on his way to Washington, D.C. And I believe these kind of issues will help overcome history issues for the time being.
Mm. Oh, that's very interesting. Ambassador Goldberg, maybe your assessment on, I think Lee Jae-myung, when he came to office, said he wanted to pursue pragmatic, through pragmatic diplomacy centered on the national interest and emphasize relations with the US, Japan, China, and Russia. How does it look from your perspective?
I think that's exactly what he's done. I think Ambassador Kim outlined very well what he's trying to do with China to bring China back into a better relationship with Seoul, even as they compete on areas like semiconductors and some of the economic issues. And to, if not renew the China economy, U.S. security policy of the past, at least to bring China back into the game. And with Japan, they're off to a good start. That, of course, started under Prime Minister Ishiba, and that would have made it a lot easier, perhaps, than what we'll see going forward. We don't know quite yet how the new Prime Minister will handle Korea-Japan relations, although, again, the first shot at that at Gyeongju seemed to have gone pretty well. And, of course, the issue of North Korea filters into it as well, where President Lee is trying, as best he can, to try to entice North Korea into some sort of dialogue. That, of course, is also tied to President Trump's desire to do the same and to renew his love affair with Kim Jong-un. And that hasn't taken place. And given what I just saw this morning in the fact sheet, I think will become even more difficult. President Trump said on his way to Korea that that he would stay longer if Kim Jong-un would meet. Then he said, as he was leaving, there was no time to meet. So I think there was a desire to do so, but Pyongyang evidently decided, and Kim Jong-un decided not to have the meeting at this point. He's doing very well with Russia in his new relationship. China seems more interested in North Korea to try to balance what he's doing with Russia. And as the fact sheet says, we still have a policy of denuclearization, which is the ask of North Korea to get back into a discussion with the United States. So I think that makes it actually more difficult for Kim Jong-un to come back, even if he didn't want to do it this time. It's not to preclude the possibility. It's always possible. But it will be more difficult if denuclearization, as the G7 said, as President Trump and President Lee say in this document, will make it more difficult. So, but President Lee is carrying out exactly what he said. It's a pragmatic policy, trying to represent Korean interests. What he's done with the United States is sometimes difficult, coming to the Oval Office and then in Gyeongju, trying to make nice with the president and to try to represent Korean interests as best he can. There are some very difficult issues here for Korea to deal with domestically. The investment issues, the tariff issues, even though they're coming down, these are in many ways one-sided. But on the other hand, Korea got something from it. The subs, which they want very badly, even if it's a vague outline of what will go forward, and on the nuclear reprocessing issue. Those are two issues that Korea has pressed very hard for several years under both President Yoon and now President Lee.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting this is in the forever negotiation. I think it's not usual for a fact sheet after a summit to take more than 2 weeks to come out. The more traditional style of diplomacy, I think, in both our countries is all kind of pre-negotiated. So it is a different style now, but I think, Phil, you make some really good points about and Ambassador Kim and Hyung about the progress that has been made, and the skill with which President Lee has and his team has approached this. I did notice you mentioned the G7 statement on denuclearization, which I think was also today or last night or sometime, and it's already evoked, maybe not surprisingly, a pretty sharp reaction from North Korea. The other observation I have hearing both of you is, and talk about the South Korean effort at pragmatic diplomacy, including with the United States, and with Japan, is that public opinion seems to be, at this point, strongly supportive of President Lee's approach on these things. And I think when it comes to Japan, where that's always been such a sensitive notion, I mean, one of the tells will be if the new prime minister, for example, continues to visit Yasukuni Shrine, which in past years has been such an inflammatory issue for the Korean public that has had to be addressed. It's been felt by Korean leadership. I mean, hopefully she doesn't do it, in my view, but I mean, if, you know, how things like that would be handled, and the response would be important. So, I mean, Ambassador Kim, welcome any further response on that, but I also want to add on, as we kind of do the survey of the world, your thoughts about Korea, not just the rest of the world, but the European Union and NATO. You were Korean ambassador in Brussels to both EU and NATO during some very eventful years. And I know you have a new book out. It's not translated in Korean yet, but into English yet. But it's something like, why does Korean diplomacy not pay enough attention to the European Union? I told him the answer was, I haven't read the book yet, is the United States or maybe China. But it's a very important book. And I with you here, I'd like to take advantage of that to have you give us your thoughts on Korea's effort to multilateralize, which has been ongoing but deepened.
These days, politics does not stop at water's end. If we paraphrase Prussian military strategist Karl von Clausewitz, who said, war is the continuation of policy by other means. These days, foreign policy is the continuation of domestic politics by other means. And certainly, domestic politics affect foreign policy. And it is especially so in Korea's relationship with Japan. And as you mentioned, it is still shaky, even if it is a good relationship. History issue can resurface really easily. One straight remark from politicians can disrupt the relationship. Thomas Friedman, a New York Times columnist, said, United Kingdom and United States is divided by a common language. And it is the same between Japan and South Korea because we are using same Chinese characters. There was once an uproar in 2019. There is Chinese characters for people, for person. It is pronounced ningen in Japanese and ingan in Korean. And at that time, Japanese Foreign Minister Konotaro called the Korean Speaker of the National Assembly, Munisan, ningen in Japanese. And it is translated ingan in Korean. In Korean, it contains a derogatory meaning, and it caused quite an uproar. While in Japanese, it does not have that kind of connotation. And European Union is almost in the same seat with Korea or Japan. The biggest concern is how to deal with Trump administration. It wants to counter Chinese assertive behaviors in collaboration with the United States, but it's not easy. President Trump causes a lot of problems by saying annexing Greenland, the territory of Denmark, a NATO ally, and asks defense spending to increase quite a lot and threatening high tariff rates. And even if European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen struck a deal with President Trump by following him to a golf course in Scotland it was not received really well in Europe because they think it is just a makeshift solution to ever-changing demands from the United States. And I believe they seem to think the situation can change if President Trump leaves in 3 years and 2 months. That seems to be the thinking behind the European Union's agreement to the demands of the United States, even if they think the reciprocal tariffs are not reciprocal at all and are not logical. They agreed to the demands of the United States, thinking that the United States may come back to the old self in 3 years and 2 months.
Can I ask, I mean, you said again in your book that Korea is not paying enough attention to the EU. Is the EU paying enough attention to Korea?
Yes, I mean, they seem to think Korea is a very good partner in many things. European Union is both a collective body and 27 countries. Especially the Eastern European countries want to collaborate with South Korea really much. For example, Poland, Slovakia, Czech, they want to develop their economy and catch up with Western European countries. And the Baltic countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they have concerns about their security from the threat from Russia, and they want to share their concern with South Korea and talk with us, but we do not pay really enough attention, as you said. South Korea tend to pay quite a lot of attention to United States, China, Japan, and Russia. And European Union will not cause a lot of problems, even if we don't pay really big attention. That seems to be the reason why European Union is not so visible in Korean diplomacy.
Well, thank you. Ambassador Goldberg, going back to you, you started to go into the fact sheet and in particular highlighting, which I thought was important, the language on this issue of South Korea developing nuclear submarines. And again, this seemed to take a while and would take longer because it was at the very outset, it seems there was just misunderstanding about what was really being talked about. But there are elements obviously of Korea's agreement, the so-called 123 agreement, the civilian nuclear use agreement that would have to be changed under I think any scenario, probably, if this goes forward. And I mean, not focusing only on that, but just more broadly, and getting back to your point about transformation, we're going to have a panel that's going to dig deep on some of the specific defense issues, but just kind of more broadly, where do you see this heading? And I haven't mentioned the words like opcon transfer or retaking, or I guess there are different words used in Korean sometimes for it, depending on where you come from on it. But the overall security relationship, which has been the heart of the relationship historically.
And that's what's transforming at the moment. What has been an outgrowth of the Mutual Defense Treaty and the end of the war, which was really just based on the threat from the North, is changing, with the United States asking for strategic flexibility to look outward, to do more regionally, and also to bring Korea, if possible, into that, but if not, at least have them deal with the North Korean threat as the United States deals with the larger region. What does all that entail? Well, we don't know whether there will be a reduction in forces, because the forces now will be judged on the basis of that regional role, maybe more than the North. And the sort of trade-off is South Korea, you take care of the North, we'll take care of the rest. When the Secretary Hegseth was in Seoul recently, he agreed that there should be a path laid out for OPCON. We had a path already for OPCON, and it was based on conditions as opposed to time-based. The government of Moon Jae-in had wanted something very time-based, and I think this government does too. They wanted OPCON transferred before the end of President Lee's term. So that is something that South Korea wants. If all of these things were to happen, all of the money that is in the fact sheet for buying new U.S. equipment, the nuclear fuel issue being worked out in a way that allows South Korea to reprocess and enrich. If the OPCON takes place, all of this is short-term integration. I think over the longer term, it could be more separation, because the United States' focus will be elsewhere. South Korea will be able to deal more easily and more confidently with all of these measures in place with North Korea. And so it's a different kind of focus. Before, the North above everything, now a much wider and different kind of relationship. And on the economic side, of course, it's completely different as well. From the end of a free trade agreement to really some demands from the United States that starts with tariff threats and reduction of those tariffs for these investments. And I think what Ambassador Kim said about the EU attitude towards it is absolutely right. I think their attitude is, we'll sign it and it'll go away, or it will never happen. And that may be the case. And it may be the case with Korea as well. I think Korea, if anything, suffered a bit from taking all of this very literally and wanting everything in writing, as is the Korean way. And and taking it seriously. And so everything is sort of driven by getting it right, and I don't know that it will all end up right.
I think this is maybe a good question for our subsequent panels today of is it short-term, more integration, and longer-term, perhaps more separation as we think about some of these issues. I have one last thing I want to ask Ambassador Kim, then I'm going to turn to some questions which are very much on these topics and make sure we have time for that, and that is, Ambassador Kim, you mentioned the very understandably, very, very negative and strong public reaction in Korea to the scenes of people working at the Hyundai site in Georgia being rounded up by ICE. And you also had mentioned to me last night that we'll see the Deputy Secretary's visit to Seoul subsequently was very, very helpful in helping to repair some of that damage. But my question for you, do you think this kind of issue has lasting consequences? And sort of in that context, I mentioned earlier, I see opinion polls. Korea has opinion polls all the time showing strong support for President Lee's foreign policy overall. But I also see in the Korean press, and there's probably some, including very conservative outlets like Chosun Ilbo, who've been strong supporters of the alliance throughout, but growing wariness about the reliability of the U.S. So I just wonder how you evaluate all that.
Yes, in Georgia, more than 300 people were taken away in handcuffs and chains. And it was seen on television many times. And South Korean people felt, are they drug dealers? Because their maximum penalty was just expelled from the United States. And they were visiting there with B1, B2 visas or ESTA. And it's not really, the imbalance struck South Koreans very much. And can we really invest in the United States and send people there? Hyundai Motor Company wants to send these people again. And according to today's newspaper, around 10% of people volunteered to go back. And that means the work will be delayed, and that will remain there for some time. And for South Korean president, approval rating is very important because he serves just single term 5 years. And if support drops, lame duck period can start. And if your approval rating is very low, you cannot really take very active policies in many areas. And that's all related in domestic politics, foreign policy. And South Korean government wants to keep very strong relationship with the United States as the basis.
Good, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn to questions now, if I can manage the technology. So let's go live. Okay, I read a question here, and I'm just going to say it, that says, this is from Christine Kim, if you don't mind, where has the Indo-Pacific strategy gone? Where does the US-ROK alliance stand in a broader regional strategy towards Asia? There, did that work?
Yeah. I mean, that strategy is there, but as Andrei Lenkov, the Russian professor, mentioned, South Korea's foreign policy changes 180 degrees every 5 years. That's actually an exaggeration. But the government wants to differentiate itself from the previous government. They don't want to use the same language as the previous government. When I explained the foreign policy as a foreign policy advisor to the president about the Northeast Asia Peace Cooperation Initiative, the European colleague asked me, will the policy stay in 5 years? And I couldn't tell a lie. And probably the name will not stay, but the policy will stay. That's what is happening in Korean policies. And I believe with the US-FK, all work is continuously done about strategic flexibility, arm transfer. The preparation is going on, but the question is when they will decide the preparation is done sufficiently.
What about the U.S., Phil? I mean, Indo-Pacific strategy is.
Yeah, these tend to shift some. I think there's one consistent policy, which is the Indo-Pacific is still the area where we're putting the most emphasis on our economic as well as military might. Economic, if you see what we've done with Japan and Korea for these new policies of the Trump administration. But militarily, we're still putting more naval forces and military might in that region. And it's really, but again, the China issue.
Right,
it doesn't
right.
have to do with necessarily with the Korean Peninsula, except for what could happen there during any kind of contingency.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it seems to me in the U.S., I mean, the fact that I think the Trump administration is still finding its way toward a China policy, if you like, and there seem to be different voices within the administration also influence how that's, but maybe we'll hear more about that this afternoon. I'm going to try again. These are great questions here, although one disappeared, so maybe it was David, maybe he withdrew it, but okay, live? This is a similar one, but kind of from Emma. There it is. How does the old logic of security, U.S., economy, China, appear to be changing? How do you evaluate the manner in which President Lee is managing this shift? I think we've addressed some of that, but...
Yes. When I met with European colleagues, Secretary Pete Hex's speech at the Shangri-La Forum was a kind of a declaration that you cannot have both the United States and China as friends. As I mentioned, former Secretary of State Tony Blinken, when he visited NATO, the first thing that he told the NATO allies was that we are not going to force you to choose between United States or China. But Secretary of War Pete Hex's speech at Shangri-La was that you cannot have close economic relationship because that will reduce our strategic room. And European ambassadors in Korea told me that was a sign that we should choose between the two. But it's a little bit difficult. You cannot really sever the relationship with China. China is the biggest trading partner to like more than 120 countries. And for economic issues, you need to keep continuing cooperation. But President Lee Jae-myung said in the CSIS, it is becoming difficult. Korea used to have close cooperation with the United States for security issues and China for economic issues, but it is not possible anymore. That is what he said, and probably many countries, many US allies will feel the same things.
All right.
Can I just say that I agree. It's hard to cut or to make a absolute decision between the U.S. and China. There seems to be some dissonance in the administration. You hear President Trump at his various press conferences say that he wants a great relationship with China. He has urged some people sitting with him in the Oval Office to go ahead and have a good relationship with China, at the same time that some of the more hawkish members of the administration are pressing forward with a harder line on this division and trying to make countries make the choice, which in some ways is impossible to make given the globalized economy, supply chains, and the rest.
Right. And I think President Trump used the term G2 at one point, right? Which probably in Seoul, I mean, if you don't want a bad relationship, but maybe that sounds a little too close for Korea. I don't know. Forgive me, as we want some in-person questions. These were all online, so raise your hand, a mic will come, and please, we've got about 4 more minutes. Yes.
Hello, hi, I'm Yesun Kim, master student at Georgetown. Thank you so much for your talk today. My question is, how do you assess that North Korea is perceiving this whole development of potentially South Korea acquiring nuclear powered submarine and then potentially revising the 123 agreement? And I saw that China had a muted response relatively like yesterday about, they respect U.S.-South Korea alliance history, but they have to be careful on Taiwan. But how do you think North Korea will respond to this?
How would North Korea respond to a change in South Korea's nuclear capabilities with respect to enrichment and nuclear submarines and so on? Who wants to take that?
North Korea already showed their nuclear-powered submarines, even if experts do not think it will function well. Some experts called it Frankenstein submarine because they were made from parts from other submarines. But because North Korea already said they possess nuclear-powered submarines, it may be a little bit hard to criticize South Korea for pursuing that. But for Chinese, they may think nuclear-powered submarine is also against Chinese vessels, not only against North Korean vessels. And how you can handle that part may be a little bit difficult. Even if President Lee said North Korean vessels and Chinese vessels later, President office people said, we said overall the situation in the West Sea. And that's a really difficult issue to handle, but because it takes at least like 10 years to build a nuclear-powered submarine, and even before that, the nuclear fuel issue and 123 agreement issue should be handled, and there is many hurdles ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, the first time I'll disagree a bit with Ambassador Kim. The fact that it would be hypocritical for North Korea to criticize this will not stop them from doing it. But Ambassador Kim is absolutely right. This has a long-term trajectory. This is not going to take place overnight. So it's only when it seems like it's actually going to happen that there could be a good deal of tension as a result.
It is interesting to me that this topic of the submarines has now caught all the attention that was, going into the kind of larger or other questions related to South Korea's nuclear stance and capabilities.
And I imagine Australia is scratching its head, but
yeah.
It's another issue.
All right. Please join me in thanking our speakers, and thank you. Almost back on time. He's going over. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Stevens, and our esteemed panelists, Ambassador Kim and Ambassador Goldberg, for kicking off our event with a comprehensive overview of diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Korea. This was a great way to prime us for the content ahead, including later this afternoon, where we will have special in-person keynote remarks from U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. So please be sure to stick with us. You won't want to miss that. But for right now, we're going to take a short networking break before coming back for our geoeconomics panel, the nexus of trade, investment, and national security. So grab some coffee, catch up with friends, and we'll see you promptly at 10:05. Thank you. Go. Nice.
Thank you, everyone, for sitting in for our first session. Our second session is about to begin shortly. If we can make way back to our seats, our second session is about to begin shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you had a chance to catch up and share your thoughts on our last discussion. It is now my pleasure to introduce our geoeconomics panel, the nexus of trade, investment, and national security. Moderated by Korea Society President and CEO Tom Byrne, this discussion will feature former Republic of Korea Trade Minister Yoo Myung-hee, former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor and Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute, Dr. Nadia Shadlow, and Director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative within the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center, Kimberly Donovan. Please join me in welcoming our guests.
Okay. Great. Well, welcome everyone to this panel. And my first question, I'll just jump right in. Kimberly, you focus on economic statecraft, right? The intersection of finance, sanctions, and geopolitics. So from your perspective, how would you describe the current geoeconomic landscape in Asia? What is shaping it? Is it mainly the forces within, or are there forces outside of Asia that are shaping it, having a big influence on it? And what should we focus on?
Sure. So first of all, thank you so much for having me.
Sure.
And thanks for the question, Tom. So I would describe the current geoeconomics landscape as, defined by uncertainty, competition, and hedging. Many countries, particularly in Asia, find themselves caught between the US and China. And they're trying to manage these dual dependencies as best they can, and they're not trying to get caught in the crossfire. But at the same time, we're also seeing where there's a diversification among partners where they can, and whether that's advancing different relationships with other middle powers or through new regional frameworks. And so, when it comes to the trade truce right now between Washington and Beijing, I mean, it really has offered a bit of relief, but I would say that this is actually more of a pause than a real truce. The trade tensions have really exposed some critical vulnerabilities within the United States in areas like rare earths and semiconductors and pharmaceuticals, as well as agricultural commodities such as soybeans. And we've seen where Beijing has become increasingly willing to weaponize its economic leverage and flex its economic statecraft tools that we just really haven't seen them do it this way before. And so when it comes to identifying different choke points and using them strategically, I think we're going to continue to see where China is kind of going to push this a bit more. If you do consider the concessions that were made during the Xi and Trump summit, I think the U.S. got two main things out of the deal. China's agreed to resume the soybean imports, which is huge for our agricultural sector, and has also offered a one-year reprieve on critical mineral export restrictions. But in practice, I don't think either of these are necessarily a huge game changer. I mean, China's demand for soybeans really remains underwhelming despite the deal, and 1 year is just not enough time for the United States to build an independent critical mineral industry. And we've heard from others in different settings that that's a decades-long effort, and it's incredibly complex and expensive, and it really requires deep coordination with other countries to begin to compete with China's dominance in this space. On the flip side, one of the big concessions that the U.S. made was suspending the Commerce's BIS affiliates rule. And so for those that may not be familiar with this, about a month or so ago, BIS had issued a new export control regulation that was designed to crack down on shipments to companies that are majority owned by blacklisted firms. That rule wasn't about trade. The rule was a national security measure that was designed to prevent sanctioned firms from gaining access to sensitive U.S. technology through different loopholes in our export controls enforcement. And so by suspending it, Washington has essentially given Beijing, and by extension its partners like Moscow, which closely cooperate with them, kind of a pass on export controls while creating a level of regulatory uncertainty at home. And so, I'll wrap up because I think, I'm really excited to hear from the other panelists, but I think in the kind of short term, this easing of tension does provide a lot of economic breathing room. But the underlying competition between US and China and how that impacts the region is fully intact. And going forward, I think the real test is going to be whether Washington can use this pause to articulate a coherent economic security strategy. Because if China's recent behavior is any indication, Beijing's no longer hesitant to openly use its coercive economic tools against the United States. And I think we really need to be getting out ahead of that with a consistent and long-term geoeconomic strategy where we are working more closely with our partners.
Okay. Let me turn to, before I get to Minister Yu, I think you'll give the microphone to Tom. Oh. Thanks. I'll turn to Minister Yu in a second, but first, he'll give the Korean perspective, I think. But Nadia, so your interests are the intersection of strategy, national security, technology, also strategic competition with China. But as a former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor under the first Trump administration, what's your opinion? What's your view of Trump's international trade policies on how will that affect the geoeconomic landscape?
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of continuity from Trump 1 to Trump 2, and I know sometimes that's not a popular argument, but I think I can make that case. So the overarching theme of economic security being national security, it's an obvious phrase, but it happens to be true, and now we are all, as a country and in terms of allies and partners, working to think through how you do that. What are the mechanics of doing that? I think everyone accepts that proposition. But I think there's three elements, and I think they fit really nicely with Korea and with where the current negotiations over the past month have been. Reciprocity, shared responsibility, and working with allies in a bilateral coalitions of the willing way. That's Trump's way. And we've seen actually what that can achieve, a lot of really good things over the past month. And I think the statement that everyone has been reading and talking about, I understand this morning, reveals the depth of that, of what you can achieve in a bilateral way, because he's often criticized for not working through multilateral institutions. So with reciprocity, I recognize there's uncertainty in the geoeconomic domain, but that's partly because I think there's still a resistance to accepting reciprocity as a geoeconomic principle, resistance to accepting what's going on as a fundamental trade adjustment as opposed to the common discussion of a trade war, right? If you look at what's happening as a trade war, you have a different set of assumptions and a different way of interpreting what's happening than as a fundamental trade adjustment. I see it as the latter, actually. So I think we've seen the consistency there. Shared responsibility, we've seen, I think, especially, again, the past month with Korea promises to increase defense spending by 3.5%, really looking at troop deployments, being flexible, the nuclear submarine deal, all of that, fosters a rich defense relationship. There's an economic component to it, right, with investments, U.S. shipbuilding, the nuclear deal. There's a commercial element to that, which is part of the economic security frame. And finally, as I said, Korea being an example of how I think there is a continued commitment to working with allies to deal with the competitive environment. And I just came across a quote from President Lee about this. I think he had said, I wrote it down if I can find it, competition requires excellent partners, he said recently. And I think we've seen that over the past month. So I think we're in a good position, and I think the past month of looking at Korea as kind of the perfect example of these three important strains and the way the Trump administration is thinking is really positive.
Good. Well, that brings us to Minister Yu. So during the first Trump administration, you served as Director General for Free Trade Agreement negotiations at MOTI from 2015 to 2019, and you led the Chorus U.S. FTA amendment negotiations. So based on this experience, how do you assess the recent trade agreement between the leaders of Korea and the U.S.? Will this help strengthen the geopolitical advantages or positions of Korea and the U.S. versus China mainly?
Good question. Well, as someone who has been closely involved with Korea-U.S. bilateral economic issues, including the Chorus FTA, it seems to me that the Korean government had to navigate really difficult situations under challenging circumstances. Nadia, you mentioned the continuity between the two the first and second Trump administrations. But even under the first Trump administration, when I led Korea-US FTA amendment negotiations, our discussions took place within the institutionalized FTA framework. US made at that time a lot of strong requests, but we tried to reflect both sides' interest within the structure of the FTA agreement. But this time, the discussions, the negotiation took place outside the FTA framework. And in fact, I feel that Korea was disadvantaged because as an FTA partner already applying zero tariff to US products, Korea had no additional tariff concessions left over. Well, anyway, this seems to be the reality that we face and deal with today. And Korean government, worked really hard to find a solutions and also to incorporate important elements both on trade and investment and security into the joint fact sheet this time. So there are two parts, like the trade and investment and security part, and especially security part, they had a great achievements, but I will leave it up to the security session after this. And regarding the trade and investment part, there is a sense of relief in Seoul that at least some uncertainties have been reduced or eased, and Korea avoided being at a disadvantage compared to other major countries. But I believe this presents a new set of challenges. First, regarding the tariff. Korea continues to apply zero tariff to US products, but now faces the situation where the US is imposing 15% or more, which is really unprecedented, the level not seen in my whole lifetime. And second, Korea made a huge investment commitments, investment pledge, 200 billion in strategic industries and 150 billion in shipbuilding corporation. This is really untested path. But much will depend on the implementation. So as the previous session mentioned, it ain't over until it's over, or the forever negotiations. So in this new era of forever negotiations, maybe negotiation may be never ending. So rather than this joint fact sheet, rather than being a final outcome, this could be the start of a beginning of long and uncertain process, and much will depend on how both governments manage or select the specific projects that can actually deliver benefits to both sides. So for this deal to be durable and sustainable, it should not only support US manufacturing development, but also support growth and innovation in both countries and strategic sectors. So I would now say that the real test lies ahead of us, and this is a really untested path, and I hope that both governments can work together, not only between our governments, but through close public-private partnerships. They can work together to find a way that this can deliver really mutually beneficial outcomes to both countries.
Can I just make one comment? Because I think you point out something really important in that, in some sense, there's an it's unprecedented in the types of these commercial ties, investments in U.S. shipbuilding, but that could create sort of new types of linkages and relationships and new models of those relationships going forward as we struggle as a whole in sort of figuring out what this post-war architecture needs to look like. So I think there are positive elements, too, of reinforcing the U.S.-Korea relationship and also reinforcing the relationship with the U.S. and other allies in new ways. So I think there could be opportunities.
Much will depend on how we implement this.
Exactly.
Right. Well, maybe I'll, for those of the opening round. I'm used to having Peter wire my ear on the stage. Peter, not here. So that leads me to, I agree with you that potentially, prospectively, this could be beneficial for the security interests of the U.S. and Korea. But there are obstacles and hurdles that have to be overcome, and these are long-term prospects. I mean, Nadia, you write about the strategic competition with China. We're dangerously dependent on our primary geopolitical competitor for critical inputs. Do we have time and do we have the willing cooperation of our key allies to reduce this dangerous dependency on China?
I mean, I think there's a broad recognition of the vulnerabilities created by these dependencies. But, you know, as you just pointed out, and as I think the panelists will agree, it is all in the how. It is time. Time is a key factor here. And we've seen how difficult it has been to change these dependencies. First, there was the strategic recognition that they were a problem. And I think Trump 1 was very important in articulating that clearly. There had been a lot of concern in the previous Obama administration, but the concerns were not expressed in the same way, and it's really important to express things clearly, and so identifying China as a strategic competitor at that time did play an important role in shifting the public debates. In the years since, Trump 1 and then Biden and now Trump 2, we've all been grappling with the how, and it's been difficult. I think finally now we have some models, but the key is speed and agility, and we have yet to sort of prove that. We're trying. I mean, I'm more familiar. My background is more on the defense side, which I know is the next panel with Dave. But on the defense side, you really see the Department of War now focusing and making speed and agility, speed especially, a key barometer. So we need to do that, I think, on the economic side as well. And I think both of our bureaucracies are, you know, there's some red tape in both of them. I am positive in terms of Trump's seriousness about the regulatory reforms that are needed to unleash the private sector. So I think we can work together as countries to use speed as a key, parameter, especially in the shipbuilding deal.
Minister, you expressed concern over this huge investment pledge that South Korea has made to the U.S. at $350 billion, right? 150 in shipbuilding. You also expressed concern that this is a huge amount of money for South Korea, a huge amount of resources. You expressed concern of the hollowing out of Korean manufacturing base by this. I mean, can you put the proper, how do we dimension that? I mean, is this a long-term threat, or how do you see this developing?
Yes, no, there are concerns, in Korea whether, putting this huge amount of resources into investment in the U.S., whether that can also cause the hollowing out our own domestic manufacturing industries. So that's why I emphasize the importance of the specific implementation of our investment commitments. If they can create Korean companies to expand their presence in the U.S. market, they can cause actually Korean manufacturing base to be strengthened rather than to be weakened through this kind of investment peak. So what's important is to turn these challenges into opportunities so that this can actually help growth and create growth and innovation in both countries, especially in those strategic sectors that were mentioned in the joint fact sheet. Mm-hmm.
And what about public opinion in South Korea? Is it supportive of this, the leaders' agreement?
Well, as I said before, sigh of relief that the worst scenario has been avoided. And also uncertainty has been eased. But we also realized the reality that whether this can turn into a vehicle that can drive growth and innovation, and they can also be a mutually beneficial partnership, it will depend on the details of the implementation.
Right. Okay. Right. Maybe we can talk about, on the reducing critical dependence on China for critical minerals and also materials. The U.S. has adopted industrial policy as well, and so the Chips and Science Act, of course, came from the Biden administration. The Chips and Science Act maybe even parts of the IRA on the EV batteries and the sourcing requirements from particular countries. Is this, what time frame are we looking at for the U.S. to significantly reduce its dependence on our geopolitical competitor, China?
Maybe.
Well, anybody could take that.
Yeah, anybody can take. Yeah.
Sure. So it's admittedly not my area of expertise, but at least when we're looking at it from an economic kind of perspective and the economic statecraft issues, I mean, it is, I think, important, as Nadia has mentioned too, that like we're taking the steps to reduce these dependencies. We're probably a little late in doing that, but at least we're moving in the right direction. But at least my understanding from different like working groups that exist and things, I mean, a lot of these efforts do take decades, and they do take investments, and it does require more flexibility in our regulatory framework. So I think as long as we're willing to kind of make those changes and those strategic investments, then hopefully we can start to move towards reducing our dependency on China. But then I think what's also important is that we still need to be considering where our partners also continue to have dependencies from China, right? And kind of where our different decisions may be impacting them as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a longer term issue that we're going to be dealing with for a while, but at least we're taking steps right now to alleviate it.
Go ahead, Nadia.
I would add that I think there are two issues we need to look at, and I think that our community of people that write on these issues need to think about transparency. And what I mean by that is a sense of how much is enough. We haven't quite articulated at what point will we have decided our dependencies are reduced. When will we have done enough? Do we need to produce 90% of the magnets, 80% of the magnets? And I think the same issue of how much is enough is relevant to the sector. And second, we need to now focus on, measuring the actual outcomes over time. So there's a lot that's great about the CHIPS Act. It's actually hard to find out specifically the degree to which it actually increased, American production of semiconductors by what percentage. Maybe I'm not looking at the right metrics, but I've looked, the specific, factories have been built, there's ground been broken, but really where did the money go and what are the outcomes? There are many studies, I'm not sure in the Korean system, but in the American system, many studies identifying the vulnerabilities in these sectors. If you go back to the 1980s, and you can see those studies of the vulnerabilities, including shipbuilding. There's an interesting one that the Department of Commerce did, BIS, I think in 1980, I think it was 2000. Anyway, it was at least 25 years ago on vulnerabilities in shipbuilding. Now we need the same studies in documenting the actual sets of improvements that all of these changes are likely to bring.
So like a cost-benefit analysis on these policies.
Because
right?
progress really does matter
Right.
if we want to reduce the dependencies and prevail in this long-term competition. We need to actually start to assess the progress.
Right, okay. Well, since we started to talk about shipbuilding, shipbuilding sits at the intersection of commerce and security, all areas where U.S.-Korea cooperation holds enormous potential. So are the U.S. and Korean intentions to make America's shipbuilding great again realistic, considering the political and regulatory constraints in the United States? Minister, we talked about this a little earlier this morning.
Yes, let me start with this. Shipbuilding really offers opportunity for the U.S. To meet its naval and maritime needs while also reviving its industry, but also at the same time for Korea to secure stable demands and enhance global competitiveness. But the reality is that, as you mentioned, that the U.S. faces really structural constraints, long weakened supply chains, labor shortages, and also legal regulatory barriers. So let me especially highlight just now, among many of the constraints, let me highlight just now 2 areas that need really practical solutions. First, the legal constraints, the Jones Act and Burns-Tollefson Amendment, they limit or restrict the overseas construction of U.S. ships. So to make this MASCA project really initiative a success, both sides need to find a practical solutions to resolve these legal constraints. And second one is labor shortages. When I often visit factories in Korea, I sometimes walk through facilities where machines do almost all the work, and you see just only a few or sometimes almost no people on the floor. But whenever I visit shipyards, I am also amazed to see tens of thousands of workers performing on a wide range of tasks. But even in Korea, where the manufacturing base is very strong, almost nearly 20% of our workforce come from overseas. That shows that how severe the labor shortage has become even in Korea, and the problem will be far more serious here in the U.S., where manufacturing base and skilled labor has the base has been largely weakened or eroded. So, in that sense, both sides should work together to find the ways, especially to address these labor shortages, and including some visa pathways, where the Korean experts and technicians, they can work together alongside U.S. Facilities and also with the U.S. workers. So through the Korea-U.S. Shipbuilding Cooperation Working Group, we should address these regulatory barriers as well as labor shortages to make this project deliver real results and benefits to both sides.
Right. So the Jones Act refers to commercial shipping. In particular, ships in the U.S., when they go from port to port within the U.S., they have to be American-built, owned, and crewed. The crews have to be American, at least a certain percentage. And the Byrne-Tollefson Amendment applies to, it prohibits overseas construction of military ships. But the fact sheet actually addresses that this is something that the U.S. wants to explore, let me put it that way, with South Korea. Now, I understand there could be a presidential waiver that could allow maybe President Trump to do this during his term, but a better solution would be to amend these laws in Congress, right? Does anyone have any comment? What are the prospects of that happening?
I'm not sure. I know that in Trump 1, I think I can say that I personally saw debates about the Jones Act, and there was a division in the administration about that. And I think that there still are divisions, probably similar ones. And so I'm not sure in terms of where Congress is on this issue.
Okay. Kimberly, you focus on the intersection of finance, sanctions, and geopolitics. With the Trump tariffs in place, isn't there some diversion of bilateral trade from country X to the U.S. to country X, country Y? Are the trade agreements that exist in Asia, like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the TP, the Trans-Pacific, the Comprehensive, and this acronym troubles me always, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trade Agreement. Is there new life being breathed into these by Trump's actions as countries, trade supports economic growth, and they don't want to sacrifice economic growth in this environment. Is there renewed action in this area?
Sure. I think, Nadia, I think, addressed it really well in her opening remarks on this concept of an adjustment.
Right.
Right. So, we do know that President Trump prefers bilateral trade deals over multilateral fora. And I think it's really interesting, even with the APEC summit that happened just a couple weeks ago, it seemed, at least in U.S. media, less about the actual summit and more about the side meetings and the deals that the president was trying to make with different regional partners. So I think in this space where we're seeing where there's just different adjustments on how things are moving forward, I think, the reciprocal tariffs that were first announced earlier in the spring were maybe kind of this kicking off point, right, to try to reinvigorate some discussions on where do we need to land in terms of different trade deals and agreements. But I think that there's still a lot of kind of figuring out what direction things are going. It was very positive to see the fact sheet come out just last night on from the White House on the U.S. and South Korea agreement. So at least we kind of have a better sense of the direction things are going in. But as Minister Yu said, I mean, the tariffs are still very much on Korea while there's no reciprocal tariffs back on the United States. So yeah, I think we're just going to be kind of feeling our way through this for a little bit. I think from my perspective and the work that my team and I do, are really super focused on kind of China, just as this huge regional player, because as we saw kind of the tariffs escalates and these different adjustments on trade between the U.S. and China, which are still playing out, products from China were kind of reducing, coming to the U.S., but then they were dumping it in the Indo-Pacific region. And then there's, the re-export issue. So I think those are also just growing pains we're gonna have to work our way through going forward, but just the fact that we have high tariffs on China, or we're trying to figure out what our trade deals with China looks like, they're still producing, and they still have an overcapacity problem, and there's going to continue to dump their products on some of our other regional partners that we may need to work with our partners on.
Right. So it doesn't, globally, China is still a dominant player and still has too much supply, right? Nadia, so you talk about this trade adjustment. Are you referring to something that's unsustainable in the U.S.? The rise of China, the geoeconomic rise of China since the WTO, and how they took advantage of access to different markets, in particular the U.S., to build up their economy. And you're saying that this has to be reduced. And of course, the U.S. trade deficit is still very large, and I don't think the tariffs have had any significant effect on reducing the U.S. trade deficit. So are these the adjustments that you see as beneficial and something that kind of justify these tariffs?
I'm going to punt to Minister Yu, Minister Yu in a minute. But I think overall, the larger adjustment, what I mean fundamentally, it's an adjustment away from the tenets of globalization as being absolute. It's an adjustment away from purely economic efficiencies driving markets. So we're now adjusting to input other things of value, whether it's on the manufacturing side of the kind of nation that America wants to be, right? The arguments that Robert Lighthizer makes, that Orrin Cass makes, these are philosophical arguments too. So these are adjustments about valuing other elements of inputs into economic systems. That's an adjustment. The adjustment of thinking that the problem of vulnerability and dependencies is something we need to consider. That's the economic security, national security part. I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on the figures you look at in terms of whether the tariffs, I mean, the numbers I read suggest that we're making a lot of money from tariffs, right? The president has said that. Now, he's going to be, with the Supreme Court case now, it's sort of interesting because that could come back to hurt his position in the case as a tax. But I think Minister Yu can speak more to the impact of tariffs in terms of reducing our trade deficit. Not sure right now we're seeing that.
Right.
Maybe
how's Korea's bilateral trade surplus with the U.S. faring?
Well, yes, Korea has trade surplus with the U.S. So in terms of the adjustment that she mentioned, it's too early to tell the effects of tariff and all the recent policies. But what I can tell is that, yes, we understand the U.S. is undergoing this huge adjustment or transition from more like the consumption-driven economy or service economy to production economy, centered on manufacturing sector, and also having a strategic decoupling with China. But in that in those adjustment or transformation process, what I would like to highlight is that Korea is really a good, valuable, trustworthy partner that can work together with the U.S. reviving its manufacturing sector and especially in strategic advanced industries. So rather than having a tariff frictions or trade frictions with good allies and good manufacturing partners like Korea, from now on, we should channel our efforts rather than on trade frictions, but on enhancing both of our industrial and technological competitiveness in this ever fastly changing trading environment.
Right. Well, one of the sections in the fact sheet is enhancing commercial ties between Korea and the U.S. Aside from shipbuilding, do you see any other over the near term promising sector?
Yes, I think a lot, but especially from my perspective, semiconductors, AI, and also digital infrastructure, energy, they stand out as the most promising fields of cooperation in the coming years and decades. Especially the U.S. has leadership in, for example, in case of AI, U.S. has the leadership in model development, platform, and broader tech ecosystem, and Korea has strength in AI chips like HBM and also advanced packaging and stable power supply infrastructure. So when we combine our strengths, we can create really powerful synergies that can drive our growth and innovation for the coming years and decades.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So, Kimberly, you do have an expertise in finance and sanctions. Does this new trade, the new global trade regime or paradigm, whatever you want to call it, will this in any way affect the dollar dominance? I mean, by far, most trade is most trade transactions, even between countries that aren't trading with the U.S., but say China with Korea, are denominated in dollars. Is the dollar dominance and the preferred, the exorbitant privilege of the dollar being the preferred reserve currency, is this being undermined? Do you see this over the near to medium term not really affecting the dollar dominance?
So my team at the Atlantic Council, we do a lot of work looking at dollar dominance, and one of the projects that we have is called the Dollar Dominance Monitor. So we've been tracking the strength of the dollar in light of all the various different policies, decisions, as well as just financial aspects and indicators like swap lines. So what we're continuing to see right now is that the dollar remains secure in the near to medium term, and 58% of international trade still runs on the dollar, and there's a significant percentage of international foreign reserves that are held in dollars. So I think for now, we're okay. I'm not seeing right now where tariffs are necessarily affecting the dollar, but there are several other fiscal and economic policies that could be. And I know there's a lot of different debate within the administration, outside the administration on related to stable coins and if that's good for the dollar, or if it's bad for the dollar. But then there's also kind of just, especially in academia, the growing sentiment that the increased use of economic tools like sanctions or tariffs and export controls are going to affect the strength of the dollar going forward. And that's where we are seeing where, not to keep bringing it back to China, but countries like China, as well as Russia and Iran and others, are looking for ways to de-dollarize and to use it as a way to mitigate against their risk of exposure to sanctions. And so, where I think right now, again, the dollar is okay. We are very much paying attention to where local currencies are being used for trade. So that's, renminbi and rupees and rubles, and kind of where that trade starts to happen outside, especially of kind of the U.S. and Western financial systems that we actually have, like we can see and we can monitor. we can't see what's going on, in renminbi when it's you go in through Chinese banks and things like that. So I haven't seen where tariffs are necessarily affecting the dollar right now, but I think as we continue to look at using economic tools to address national security challenges, we need to be considering the impact that it has.
Right. Well, tariffs and the trade diversion, if you're not trading with the U.S., you necessarily need to have your exports denominated in dollars. But yeah, I haven't seen anything yet either. I mean, some years ago when the euro first came on the scene, there was talk that the euro would rival the dollar in terms of a preferred reserve currency. But after the euro crisis, that kind of put the kibosh on the euro as a preferred reserve currency. We just have a couple more minutes. Would anyone like to make a concluding statement before, or observation or comment before I turn to the audience for questions? If not, is there anyone? Okay, I see one question here.
Hi, I'm Marissa McPherson. I'm with the National Committee on North Korea, and predictably my question is going to be focused a bit on North Korea, considering this is about the intersection or the nexus of the trade as well as national security. I'm curious what economic considerations are top of mind on both sides of the alliance in their respective formations of policy towards North Korea. Is there overlap perhaps in those priorities? And are there opportunities there to strengthen the alliance through those priorities? Thank you.
So I'm not an expert in North Korea, so maybe we can leave it up to the next session. You can answer that.
I'll answer it, but from my perspective of just looking more at like how sanctions have been used, and where I think the United States has actually worked very closely with Korea as well as other allies on sanctions, especially towards Russia. And just to bring in kind of the Russia aspect to this too, and the ongoing war in Ukraine. I mean, we are seeing where Russia's, they have their own labor shortages. They're in a war economy. They have North Koreans, fighting their battles for them and working in their, factories to make weapons. And we're also seeing where there's increased kind of connectivity on the financial side between China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and as well as Venezuela, because they are kind of using very similar systems and tactics to evade and mitigate the impact of Western sanctions. And so one of the things that eventually kind of meets its way to the security piece of this is where we are seeing this growing financial connectivity amongst these different actors. And that's something at least that we're paying close attention to. We call this line of work the axis of evasion, because we really are seeing, especially where China and Russia are continuing to work together along with Iran, and now kind of they're pulling little brother North Korea into the mix. And that's where I think it's just, we've had such a fantastic cooperation with South Korea for decades around this issue, and it's continuing to, we're making a lot of progress together on that front.
Take one more question from the audience, the gentleman over here, and then I'll go, we have one E question, then I'll read you.
Hi, my name is Tahom Chen, visiting fellow from CSIS. So I know when people talk about Korean industry investing in U.S. shipyard, people focus mostly on the submarine deals, but do you foresee that in the future as Hanwha Ocean investing in the Philly shipyard and Hyundai Heavy Industry partner up with General Dynamics, will those Korean shipbuilding company start become competing in the U.S. Navy contract, or they focus more on the commercial shipbuilding side by themselves or partner with other U.S. companies? Thank you.
Anyone have any insights into the Philly shipyard
I'm not sure.
operations?
I'm going to punt to David Maxwell on the next panel. In terms of, I think that's more of a question. I don't know Hanwha's, what their strategies are for reaching into the U.S. shipbuilding market. My sense is, we're going to resist. I mean, American shipbuilding companies are going to want to retain, their share of that market. So it will all be about the balance. But I'll let Dave answer that next time.
I'll just say, I'll add something I learned from a trip with the members of Congress at Korea Society as a congressional study group. We went to Hanwha Ocean's R&D Center near Incheon. And so we got briefed. They were very excited about the Philly shipyard deal that had just been announced. Philly shipyard is not the most dynamic shipyard, to say the least. Neither it's the most advanced technologically. Now, it once was, because of World War II, I think all the victory ships were made there. But they hope to ramp up production from like 1 or 2 ships a year to something more than this over a 10-year horizon. So there's a long, slow curve to go up before I think they become a threat to American shipbuilders. Let me try this, see if I can get this working. Do we have it, or did I knock it down? Is it up?
It's not on the screen yet.
Yeah. Why don't I just read it? How can the U.S., Korea, and like-minded allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific work together to bolster supply chain resiliency, especially when it comes to dual-use technologies? Is there a role for the alliance in backing non-red supply chains?
Non-what supply chain?
It's RED. I don't know what that means.
I mean, I think we're already in a general way. I think we've addressed a lot of these topics. We're working in all these areas. Critical minerals, semiconductors. I mean, I think the deal and the statement that was just published articulates that.
Right. But I recall as under the Biden administration, there was a critical minerals initiative that involved Korea and other countries to financing that would allow. Korea was going into an African country to mine cobalt or something and to ease the dependency of China. Does anyone have an update on that initiative to reduce?
I don't have a particular updates on that initiative, but it started since several years ago, and it has been continuing because Korean companies recently, like POSCO and some other companies, they invested in critical minerals in various parts of the world, and working together with countries in the region. So I think it takes really years to achieve supply chain resilience, perhaps more than a decade, but the process has already started and has been continuing these days.
Okay, well, thank you. We've run out of time. Thanks for your contributions and your insights, and thank you for asking the questions.
Insightful conversation with a lot to keep our eye on as we watch the implementation of the US-Korea trade deal. Another huge thank you to our panelists for helping us make sense of the US-Korea relationship from a geoeconomics perspective. We're going to pause for another quick networking break to allow you guys time to chew on what was just discussed. You can grab some water, coffee, and also feel free to take some time to share your thoughts on the programming so far on social media. And please tag the Korea Society, Atlantic Council, and the Kim Koo Foundation. We are going to start our security panel, Deterring and Defending in a Regional Conflict, promptly at around 11:05 a.m. So see you soon.
had this philosophy for 60 years. Now I
Thank you again for joining us for this timely conference. I'm very excited for this upcoming panel, so I'll just jump right into introducing our speakers. Our security panel, Deterring and Defending in a Regional Conflict, is moderated by Korea Society Board Vice Chair, General Retired Walter Sharp, and features former Vice Minister of National Defense and Senior Research Fellow at the Sejong Institute, Dr. Shin Bum-chol, Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Initiative of the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, Marcus Garlauskas, former Commander of U.S. Forces Korea Combined Forces Command and United Nations Command, General Retired Paul LaCamera, and Vice President of Center for Asia-Pacific Strategy and former Army Special Forces Colonel David Maxwell. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished panel. General Sharp, over to you.
Great. Thank you, and thanks to the Korea Society and the Atlantic Council for putting on this conference today and the great panelists that I have here. So this panel is about deterring and defending in a regional conflict. Let me just tee it up, and then I'll ask our panelists for different perspectives. Today, we are no longer in a great power competition from a military perspective. We've gone beyond North Korea against South Korea, Russia or China against Japan. We are now, I believe, in what I call the great alliance or great partnership competition. North Korea, China, Japan, North Korea, China, and Russia versus Japan, United States, and South Korea, at least in the Northeast Asia realm. And we need to think about it from that context, and that's what this panel is really all about. From a military perspective, we all know what's in North Korea from a military capabilities, but we can't forget in Russia's Eastern District and China's Northern Theater, hundreds of thousands of troops, thousands of tanks and artillery systems, hundreds of jet airplanes, and hundreds of ships and submarines, and both being nuclear capable. And when you look just beyond the military side of it, but the alliance and the agreement, the China-North Korea Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation, and Mutual Assistance from 1961, which is still in effect, the increased trade between China and North Korea, especially getting around sanctions. And then from the developing Russia-North Korea relationships that was codified in June of 2024 with a strategic partnership treaty that includes mutual military assistance clauses, elevating the relationship much beyond just a symbolic diplomacy. It enables joint military planning, technology transfers, and troop deployments. The 15,000 North Korean troops that went to Ukraine and the millions of rounds of artillery, and with missile technology coming from Russia into North Korea, it's very evident that North Korea, China, and Russia are working together
from a security and military perspective. And we are starting to recognize that, and I think that's what this panel is going to talk a lot about. I mean, even recently, very recently, in the House of Representatives, there's a bill that's been introduced entitled the Defending International Security by Restricting Unlawful Partnerships, or the Disrupt Bill. And it is specifically aimed at China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran competition. And it requires a plan to be put together to be able to deal with that type of adversarial competition or adversarial collaboration. And what's also unique about it is that if it's passed, the legislation will require secretaries of state, defense, commerce, and treasury working with the national intelligence and the CIA to put together a plan to be able to help counter these collaboration of our enemies. So with that as a background, we've got a great panel assembled here. I'm going to ask Dr. Shin to start to talk about how can we deter and, if necessary, defend in a regional conflict from a Korea perspective. Then Marcus will talk about how his thoughts on a U.S. perspective. Paul will dive into beyond just military, but an all-of-government approach. And then David's going to talk about how do you do that from a command and control perspective? How do you think regionally from a command and control perspective? They promise they're all going to stay to 5 to 7 minutes, so there'll be time for questions, but a lot to unpack here. And Dr. Shin, let me start with you, sir.
Thank you, General. I also thank you, Korea Society and Atlantic Council and Kim-Go Foundation for having me this wonderful event. Since Dr. General Sharp laid out the geopolitical military situation in the region, I will directly to the issues. We have to think about the deter and limit the cooperation between North and China, North and Russia, and potential trilateral military cooperation among North and China and Russia. That's our mission. To do that, I think we have to develop our modernization of the alliance. That's for sure. Interestingly and fortunately, last night we see the two documents. One is the joint fact sheet of the summit. The other is the joint statement of the SCM, Defense Ministerial Meetings. Instead of speaking my own view, I think I will explain those part, the deterring the regional threat of those two documents. I think the first one is the ROK U.S. expand its cooperation on the regional context. The two documents explicitly reaffirm those kind of cooperation on the text. I will say that, quote, the ROK and United States will enhance U.S. conventional deterrence posture against all regional threat to the alliance. All regional threat to the alliance, including North Korea. No, in addition, it described that the two sides, United States and Korea, reaffirm the relevant understanding since 2006. This means that the alliance worked together with the regional issue, although the two parties did not use the term strategic flexibility, but it explained this meaning by emphasizing the understanding since 2006, which is understanding between the two ministers, Ban Ki-moon, the foreign minister at the time, and Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State of the United States at the time. The content, the understanding was that we understand the U.S. strategic flexibility, but the strategic flexibility of the USFK cannot be involved in the regional conflict without the support or against the will of Korean people. That's the understanding at the time, but we advanced the term to deter regional threat in this regard. I think that although we do not emphasize the term of strategic flexibility, I think the two countries work more on the regional issue. Because the joint fact sheet also emphasized the maritime cooperation which is, as we know, that the freedom of navigation and respect of the international law of the sea and peace and stability on the Taiwan Strait, it includes that. With regard to that, I think this is the strongest wording I ever seen at the summit. That's a very important one. On the other hand, although it is not that emphasized during the defense ministerial meeting or the joint chief of meeting, we called it MCM at the time, it emphasized the South Korea's active role against to deter the threat from the North. That is kind of a division of labor, I think. The South Korea plays a more role to deter North Korea in the regional context, and then United States be more flexible, not only to deter North Korea, but also deter the threat in the region. That's kind of a division of labor. With regard to the second point, I think that we have to modernize our alliance. Those two documents describe the many aspects of the modernization of the alliance. I think I can describe three categories. One is modernization of Korean military. The other is modernization of USFK. The third is modernization of the command and control system of the alliance. Let me explain reverse way. The first one is the modernization of command and control system of the alliance. That is explicitly explained in the name of transition, I believe. So the joint facts sheet explicitly mentioned to accelerate the OPCON transition, and then SCM document say that we are going to have a FOC in 2016. Maybe if it is successfully finished, there will be a FOMC in 2017, and it opened the door to OPCON transition within the term of President Trump and President Lee Jae-myung. That's for sure. South Korea invest more money to C4ISR, I think. Then there will be a stable OPCON transition. Second one is modernization of USFK. I think that to respond to all regional threats, U.S. forces posture might be more flexible, which means currently U.S. force structure, USFK's force structure in the region is army-centered. Probably there will be a transition, more multi-domain operational capable USFK. That is a modernization of USFK in the future. So I think there will be a support from Korean side. That's the reason why I can see the text of 33 billion US dollar support to USFK. I don't know in details, but I think in that way, the ROK-US alliance work together. Last one is modernization of Korean military. As we know, that South Korea spend 3.5 GDP in near future. It is a drastic increase of defense budget. We also purchased 25 US billion to purchase a US weapon system to strengthen South Korea's military. But more importantly, quite a surprise, the two leaders agreed the construction of nuclear-powered strike submarine, SSN. Although there is no detail, but I think this is very important development since the nuclear-powered submarine itself is not, the area of operation is not the Korean Peninsula, but also capable to operate in the region. So although we do not emphasize because of our diplomatic prudency, not to provoke China, but the capability means a lot. I started my career in 1995. This year marked 30 years of my professional career. At the time, beginning of my career in 1995, we cannot even think about this kind of cooperation between the two. On the other hand, we cannot look down on the amount of money South Korea invests into the United States, because we do not see the hard tangible result with regard to nuclear submarine cooperation, then there will be a huge disappointment from Korean side. So I think US side should be cooperative on this issue. I'm begging you, frankly speaking. If we fail to make forward this, I think that there will be a huge backlash. That's my concern. So we have to develop this issue to make our alliance indeed ironclad alliance and be more sustainable. One last thing, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but one last thing is a very important one, because some may have a misunderstanding of the nuclear potential of Korea. Because of our intention to revise the 1-3 agreement, probably have to capability of uranium management, capability of reprocessing. That is not relating to nuclear potential. It is purely relating to economic issue. So that's the reason why our security advisor Wee Sung-na last night, emphasized is not relating to the nuclear potential. Some Korean scholars misunderstood, if we have, it's very good to have that kind of capability, it's a potential to nuclear development. That's not the truth. The Lee Jae-myung administration does not have intention to hold and develop nuclear weapon. That's for sure. This is I will stop here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Marcus.
So, since I was on General Sharp's staff, I'm going to follow his guidance, and I got my clock going to make sure I stay on time. So thanks for this opportunity, and it's really fitting, General Sharp, that you're the one chairing this panel. So as I think many of you know, and of course you know, General, this has been a focus of mine going back to the days when I was your chief of intel estimates and then your chief strategist. And I even see another strategist from that team out in the audience, Fred Vellucci, who worked on this problem. And so I want to emphasize that although you build it as a U.S. view, and I'm clearly an American, this is a personal view, and it maybe is informed by having looked at this a little closer than most. So this challenge has gotten only more severe and more publicly prominent over time. And at IPSI, we've been conducting studies, workshops, and tabletop exercises exploring the risk of this sort of simultaneity. And what we found is that if a conflict with one adversary in East Asia doesn't end quickly, you can expect it to widen. And the potential for expansion to simultaneous conflicts with both the PRC and North Korea, and potentially with support and support from Russian involvement, is going to pose a high risk to U.S. and allied defense objectives, particularly because there's some complex operational and strategic challenges. We found a lot of plausible pathways where a conflict with one of these adversaries could expand to multiple adversaries, even without collusion between Beijing, Pyongyang, and Moscow. As a matter of fact, we found some interesting scenarios where it was the lack of communication that actually led to simultaneity. So it's ill-advised. As a former intelligence officer, I'll say that to try and confidently predict, how adversaries are going to behave in a conflict. But the pathways are sufficiently numerous and sufficiently plausible that if a conflict with North Korea or with China in particular doesn't conclude quickly, we should anticipate that simultaneous conflicts with both could result. And so if this is a problem, what do we do about it? So first, though, we should be prepared for the possibility for such simultaneity and for nuclear escalation, by the way, in the context of such simultaneity. We've got options. We shouldn't give up on the possibility of deterring the simultaneity. So, for example, if a conflict breaks out in the Taiwan Strait or on the Korean Peninsula, we have options to manage the escalation and to try and prevent an all-out regional war. So our work has found that even if we fail to deter aggression by either of those two primary adversaries, there'll still be key opportunities for integrated deterrence to help approach to manage the risk of escalation with both. And our work's identified a series of leverage points in Beijing and Pyongyang in particular that would help to prevent such horizontal and vertical escalation. But to prepare better, we have to overcome some very strong biases in the U.S. and in allied institutions that are impeding both our understanding of this problem and our ability to prepare for it. We have these deep-seated organizational and cognitive biases, and I want to actually emphasize that Jonathan Corrado has been doing some work on this and some writing, and I really encourage you to read his work, and really of understanding and how to combat these biases. And so we need as an alliance, individually but also together, to develop new assessments of the likelihood and the potential indicators of simultaneous conflicts with the PRC and North Korea, as well as limited nuclear attack by either. These should use structured analytic techniques to identify and overcome biases. But also, our alliance defense leadership should publicly and privately underscore that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could lead to a broader regional conflict, even if Beijing, Seoul, and Washington seek to avoid one, as a means to foster allied preparedness and reinforce deterrence. We should reconceptualize planning as thinking about aggression by either the PRC or North Korea marking the start of an Indo-Pacific campaign that will require us to deter and potentially defeat other possible adversaries. We should also shift our focus, as I think we're seeing based on the comments that came out of the MCM Military Committee and out of the summit, that we should think about deterrence of aggression against South Korea from all adversaries and not just from North Korea. And we should establish guidelines and guidance that the risks of simultaneous conflicts have such key implications that planning and exercises should address these possibilities. And we're not going to be able to discuss the details of sensitive plans or exercises in public, but it should be widely understood that this is something that is a fundamental, foundational element of our planning, our thinking, our preparation, and our training. And so we should be establishing working groups. You know, we've done this with the Nuclear Consultative Group. We address this very sensitive nuclear issue, but yet we don't have that same sort of public messaging that, hey, we're considering other possibilities. And we don't have to name China. You know, I think Dr. Shin is right. You know, we can tiptoe a little bit about the political sensitivities, but at the end of the day, we have to address the fact that this is not something that we can entirely avoid speaking about. Another element is we should undertake a comprehensive reassessment of command and control, and of course we're going to hear more about that, I know, from General LaCamera and from Dave. But let's be honest here. This is a sensitive issue, as Dr. Shin mentioned, and those views in Seoul and Washington on China have grown more aligned in recent years. The alliance's role in a potential US-PRC military confrontation, it's a difficult question. Many South Koreans worry about being entrapped in such a confrontation, while other Americans actually wonder why they should commit to risking a nuclear war against North Korea if the ROK is not clearly committed to defending the United States in the event of a war with China. I think both of those concerns are frankly a bit overblown, but they're very real concerns. And so as a result, we really need to work more closely together to reassure and coordinate the parameters for the alliance in the event of a PRC-US conflict. So I'm seeing progress here, and we've talked about it a little bit already today. The presidents of the United States and South Korea have repeatedly emphasized the importance of preserving peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. They've encouraged the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues and opposed unilateral changes to the status quo. They've noted that the U.S. and the ROK will enhance U.S. conventional deterrence posture against all regional threats to the alliance, including the DPRK. As the chairman of our Joint Chiefs, General Jin and General Kane, noted in their formal statement coming out of the Military Committee, combined deterrence extends beyond the Korean Peninsula and contributes to regional deterrence in support of security, freedom, and prosperity. This regional view has to be our basis of our thinking going forward. I'd prefer not to fight China, North Korea, and Russia simultaneously, but to deter these three, we must be clearly ready to fight all of them simultaneously. Readiness isn't just an operational matter for military commanders like the ones we see here. It's a strategic matter for politicians, for thought leaders, even outside of government. We have to be strategically ready, politically ready, not just militarily ready, to meet this challenge as an alliance, to deter, and if necessary, to defeat these threats. If we show a fear to even discuss these possibilities because they're sensitivities, this will undermine deterrence. We should not show fear to our potential adversaries. Fear undermines deterrence. Thank you.
Paul. You want to hit that for me too? Thanks. So thank you, sir.
I was 30 seconds over. Sorry, sir.
Thanks to the Atlantic Council for this opportunity. I'm going to attempt to tie things together from the previous panels and maybe some history that comes after us here, and then what I've heard here. To quote Ike, I have a challenge. I know this about myself. If I can't define the problem, I expand it. The ambassador quoted Clausewitz, so thank you very much. I don't have to do that. war is an extension of politics, and really that's kind of what we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Economic security is national security. Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. It's all interconnected, and I was always taught that the business of America is business. But we're in an inflection point in history. National Security Act of 1947, right, coming after World War II, got us through the Korean War, the Armistice, the Vietnam War, Dom Rep, Eagle Claw, and Grenada. And then what came after that, roughly 40 years later, was what came out of Eagle Claw and Grenada was the Goldwater-Nichols Act of 1986. We're roughly 40 years later, okay, we're at another inflection point in history. The Soviet Union has fallen, okay? It's no longer a bipolar world, it's a multipolar world, multi-domain. We didn't have to deal with, so there's two spaces that are contested right now, outer space and cyberspace. That's something that we have to deal with. And so this law that that may come along is in my mind, suboptimal. The next fight, what we've learned over the last 20 plus years of fighting is the fight's going to be joint, it's going to be combined, it's going to be interagency, and it's going to be multi-domain. The geographic commanders own all the risk. The functional commanders have all the authorities and the approvals. As the U.S. Forces Korea commander, the CFC commander, and the UNC commander, I have areas of operation, or I had areas of operation, areas of interest, and areas of influence. And what happens is people start to conflate the three. Any commander has to think about all three of those things. The authorities and the approvals that you're given by the commander-in-chief, or the combatant commanders, or the secretary, define the area of operation, but that being a fool's errand to not wonder about the areas of interest and the areas of influence that can have an impact on my area of operation. And so defining the fights is extremely important going forward. The elements of national power right now, DIME, what we all learn in our institutions, are inadequate. What we did while I was in command, we added law enforcement, intelligence, technology, and commercial. Those are levers that we have as a nation to pull, to influence as we go forward. What starts locally goes regional and goes globally very quickly. We learned that with the global war on terrorism. We learned that with COVID, okay? And so the things that happen, you push on the balloon here, it expands in other locations. And so, we are a global power. We are all over the world every single day, and we need to be prepared to do that. And when it comes to coalition fighting, we never want a total eclipse of authorities and approvals. What we have to find with the Republic of Korea and our other allies, partners, and friends, it's a Venn diagram. And where it overlaps, where we can agree is where we have to focus. But make no mistake, we don't live in the region. And so, as I've been taught and learned time and time again, we're not moving the Republic of Korea. We're not moving the PRC. They're there. Japan, they're there. So they're their neighbors. We need to understand that, and we need to make sure that we're going through that. But the geographic commanders own all the risk, but they don't have all the authorities and the approvals that they need to go forward. The Joint Staff is not a general staff. Okay, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is not in the chain of command. The secretary, the commander-in-chief, down to the combatant commanders, and then down to the geographic commanders are the ones that are responsible going forward. But cyber is not just about cryptocurrency and what they're stealing. It's about a capability that our adversaries have that can impact our economy, for lack of a better term, as we go forward. So we got to think long term. We got to think cyber, artificial intelligence, Arctic. The Arctic is the melting. It'll save. Don't quote me on this. I've been told 20 days of sail time from the Western Pacific to the Atlantic. That's important. The United States of America is an Arctic country. PRC says they're a near Arctic country. That's friction between them and Russia. But they've had relationships. They've been partners, allies, since the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so we have to make sure we truly understand that when the United States gets involved, that other things have been there for a long period of time. So history is instructive, but not a blueprint. I think the axis of evil is a cartoonish comment. We have allies, partners, and friends. Our adversaries have allies, partners, and friends. What we don't talk about in this, in the allies, partners, and friends of the PRC, Russia, and whatnot, is the fact that India and the PRC have issues along the line of actual control. And yet, there's this thing called BRICS. What does all of that mean going forward? And so again, they have a Venn diagram, just like we have a Venn diagram. And where can we find areas that we can continue to work together on? The other piece we need to understand about when it comes to PRC and Russia and the DPRK is they have interior lines. When Putin visited Kim, he flew over his entire country and crossed one border. PRC, one border. They have interior lines with Russia. DPRK, interior lines with PRC and Russia. We have exterior lines. The position on the Korean Peninsula, in my mind, is very, very important, not just to our security, but to the Republic of Korea going forward. Fighting from inside the A2AD bubble is going to be a lot cheaper in resources, read lives, than it would be if we had to fight our way into it. And so having that presence, this is the game Go. It's not checkers and it's not chess. It's not even multidimensional chess. It is the game Go. It's about positions in the world, and we need to be there to, you can't commute. Extended deterrence, we have that capability because we can strike anywhere in the world with our capabilities going forward. And so we just need to make sure that we understand where history has gotten us, but we are at an inflection point in history, and I think the current construct is not good enough going forward. We haven't adapted to the new world that we currently sit in. Thanks.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to everyone. If you could put up the slides there, AV team. So, Go. Paduk for our Korean friends, or Wei Chi for China. I'm going to put a few stones on the board here for us. Since we talked about General Sharp in the past, he'll remember when we talked about a Northeast Asia Command in 1997. And at my age, at 67, I learned that I'm now allowed to remember things that never happened. And we never had a Northeast Asia Command. So here are the problems. Tyranny of distance. I think we all know that. But as we've said, the problem with Korea is the next war may not stay on the peninsula and may even not start on the peninsula. But we have the tyranny of distance, and we have these challenges. And if you look at all these challenges, Indo-PACOM is too big for one command, but the geography doesn't support really multiple commands. The traditional geography, the traditional battle space architecture that we place on it. But you look at third-party influence and intervention on the Korean Peninsula. You look at counter-nuclear operations on the peninsula. You look at conventional nuclear integration on the peninsula. All of these are issues that are Korea-focused that need to be dealt with in Korea. And of course, the combatant command authorities, while limited, as General Camera said, they reside in Hawaii, not on the Korean Peninsula. And while I want Korean combatant command authorities in Korea with the U.S., I think General Camera is right. We really need to go beyond those kind of authorities and integrate the interagency. And then, of course, alliance modernization. I really would like to talk about that. Next slide. All right, so what's the solution? I say a Northeast Asia Combatant Command in Seoul, inside the interior lines, as General Camera said. I would also put a high-level fusion cell, a Tokyo fusion node, really to synchronize and to deconflict activities that may take place throughout the theater. And it's really necessary to be able to do that in nearly the same time zone. The challenge we have are dual apportioned forces, primarily in Japan, that we're going to respond to multiple contingencies, and that's got to be addressed. Next slide. So, a Northeast Asia Command would do a number of things. One of the most important, though, is operationalize the nuclear consultative group. That planning headquarters or that planning group really can't operationalize anything, but a combatant command can. But what is really challenging that I started out with are the borders, and we have to think beyond conventional boundaries. And we should really focus on, as General LaCamera said, areas of influence and being able to operate and focus on overlapping areas of influence. And that's the challenge we have. Next slide. This is a wiring diagram to just really look at a combatant command and really raise the military committee, the senior U.S. military officer, and the chairman of the ROK JCS to a higher level and really think about a U.S. combatant command with ROK counterparts to really be a combined combatant command. Of course, CFC will fight the war. We should address OPCON transition. But what we really need is to focus on the nuclear problems, third-party influence and intervention, and to do things like General LaCamera created the Northeast Asia Fusion Cell, a brilliant concept, but it needs at least combatant command authorities to be able to operate throughout the area of influence and not just the area of operation or area of responsibility. Next slide. Now I'll close with, this is the sticking point. It is boundaries, and we are very conventionally thinking here. We want lines on the map, but as everybody knows, those create gaps and seams. And I'm going to commit doctrinal heresy. You know, we have to be able to operate in shared battle space throughout the Asia-Indo-Pacific. But rather than strict boundaries, we need to make our focus first on the shared areas of influence and be able to focus on that, particularly on a war fight in Korea, because the impact of China, Russia on a fight in Korea is, I mean, it's not like we've ever thought about it in the past. And it's getting worse, as General Sharp started out with, the coordination and collaboration and collusion of what some call the CRINC, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, or the Dark Quad, as Christopher Ford said. You know, that collusion is really creating problems for us. And on the Korean Peninsula, we need to be able to address the entire scope of the problem and not just the war fight in North Korea, which, of course, is critically important. So I'll stop there.
Great, thanks. So I've got just a question I'll throw out to the whole panel, then we'll go to the audience. And what it really gets at is how do we, in a combined multinational effort, how can we work together to deter and be prepared to defend if necessary? And I ask you, we talk about it in a couple different constructs, and you can pick which one you want to talk about. First off is the combined nature under OPCON transition. There's very, very few people in Seoul or in Washington, D.C., for that matter, that truly understand what OPCON transition is. It's not Korea taking over the warfight. It's changing a commander, but keeping a combined nature. There are people talking about different constructs, but I believe, and I'm very glad that I saw the word combined in the statement last night. I hope that word was thought about and put in intentionally in the statement last night. Staying combined is very, very important. So that's one aspect. The other aspect then is regionally. There's many more trilateral exercises going on between South Korea, United States, and Japan. There's planning going on. I mean, there was nothing there when I was there, you know, decades ago, over a decade ago going on, but there's much more of that going on now. How can that be expanded? And then the last one, and I've talked to David a little bit about this, is how do you, in this Northeast Asia Command perspective, think about how do you integrate the forces of South Korea, United States, and Japan? Because clearly Japan has capability, growing capability, both in deterrence and in strike capability. But we don't have a combined command relationship in Japan. Clearly, you know, there's exercises, but thoughts of how, if that was formed, a Northeast Asia Command, how would you integrate the combined nature of U.S. South Korea and supporting, I'll call it supporting relationship of U.S. and Japan, and just the coordination between the three of them. So again, a lot to unpack there, and you can pick how you want to handle that. But I would like to, talk about how do you think you, both from a deterrence and a capability to be able to defend, look at it from a inside a Korea perspective and a trilateral perspective than a command and control perspective. So maybe if you could talk about where you think OPCON, or up to you what you want to talk about in all of that.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you with that, with regard to combined nature of OPCON transition. That's why we maintain the one single command structure even after the OPCON. It's a kind of a change of position. However, we understand the nature of combinedness of the forces. So I think you don't have to worry that kind of a culture seriously. We understand, but some people in Korea wanted to accelerate the process, but the other are very prudent. But it is a decision of the government, and the government to government. I think at this time, the Trump administration and Lee Jae-myung administration agreed to accelerate the work. Like us, specialists, scholars, wanted to make detail to verify the stable transition, maintaining the kind of combinedness. That's important. The second one is I think the regional level of cooperation. Yet the Northeast Asia Command is too early for Korean, because we do not think about that details. Although we are actively participate in the multilateral training, which is held in our East Sea or the Philippine area or South China Sea, but we think at this level is in strengthening interconnectivity of U.S. hub and spoke alliance system, networking of ROK-US alliance, US-Japan alliance, US-Australian alliance, and then strengthening interconnectivity is our at this level of cooperation. But eventually, if there is a certain threat increased, and then there will be another momentum to integrate that kind of activity. But frankly speaking, at the level, it's a premature.
Yes, Marcus. So I am very concerned about a misunderstanding about the CFC wartime OPCON that I know that you and General LeCamera are both very well familiar with. It's a little bit different than the concern that you have, and that is the lack of recognition of what wartime OPCON actually means, and how challenging it actually is for the CFC commander in a non-wartime situation to wield the authorities, to have the same level of authority as responsibility, right? I mean, the CFC commander is responsible for the defense of the Republic of Korea, but until the wartime decisions are made and you're in a really extreme case, the CFC commander has to rely, as you both know, a lot on persuasion and rely, in the case of an American CFC commander in the USFK hat and the UN command hat, as much or more than CFC for deterrence purposes, right? But the CFC commander is at the forefront during theater exercises, right? And so I have been thinking about this problem for many years, and I've come to the conclusion that exercising and training in these scenarios short of war is so vital to being prepared for this possibility, because looking at what would happen on the Korean Peninsula, even if there was a U.S.-China war that got to the point where it was clearly a war and not just a military confrontation, say a limited thing and around a maritime dispute, then how difficult would it be for the CFC wartime structure to be activated until it was very clear that there was an actual attack taking place on the peninsula, right? And so I am concerned that the focus on wartime operational command and control obscures this gray zone situation that we could face. And so the challenge is we're never going to be able to have sort of the national level decisions, I don't think, to be able to have a truly combined operations under one commander in a situation short of full-scale war. But you can exercise and you can train, you can do tabletops, you can do field exercises. There are a range of things that we can do to explore scenarios short of that full-scale war. That includes simultaneity. And I think that's the forcing function. And then it'd be great if we could then, through that, avoid having to activate our wartime command and control.
Paul?
Yeah, the way I looked at that piece was think of a relay race and you're handed a baton, but you don't know where the runner is sometimes because you don't have complete access to everything that's going on. But yet you're going to be handed the baton to have to get it over the finish line. I think we have the opportunities now with our exercises, with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and things like that, to run through multiple scenarios. But we can't forget that the Republic of Korea, where it sits in the world, it also has allies, partners, friends, or it has people who are going to potentially come to their aid. I don't know what that is. That's an assumption that because they're out training and working in other areas, who else will come? So will it just be I think back to the United Nations Command and the nations that came to the aid of the Republic of Korea and the U.S. in 1950. What will that look like in the next fight? How do we incorporate that? And having been a coalition commander in multiple theaters, people come with national caveats. Okay, the U.S. had a national caveat. We're not going back to the Yalu, right? So we as the United States need to understand that we also operate with national caveats. People are going to want to provide that. How do we incorporate that going forward? Does it get incorporated as Combined Forces Command, or is it separate in a bilateral agreement? Because we know that the ROK, Republic of Korea, also has bilateral relationships. So it's complicated. The Northeast Asia, a course of action. But I go back to my comments. I think the current construct, we've added on to the building. It's time to bring it down and to rethink this. That'll take time, but right now when you think of what's going on with this administration, it is clear that they're willing to think about things differently. It will take time, but I just think right now that we can't continue to Band-Aid this process going forward. And going forward, we have to think of ways to exercise this without people getting excited because militaries train. Readiness is perishable. We do different scenarios. It doesn't mean that's what we're going to do, okay? And so we have to kind of, take a breath and not get excited about different scenarios that may or may not happen.
A lot of great comments, and I really concur with them all. I would like to say that, what I'm focused on is moving from hub and spoke, that Bonchol said. Our last administration, Kurt Campbell called it a lattice work of alliances. I like to think of our friends, partners, and allies, our relationships, as a silk web, and really strengthening those relationships. And, although maybe Northeast Asia Command is an anachronism, is old think, I really want to break down the barriers, the traditional barriers of combatant commands. And that's why I think we should focus on what we need to influence and be able to do that. We need to lead with influence supported by kinetic, and until we have to go kinetic, and then obviously we'll be leading with that. I also think 2 points I want to bring up just from the statement last night. I'm really concerned about. Everybody's talked about the importance of combined training, importance of the statement from the two presidents said they're going to go back to the Singapore summit and implement the Singapore summit. We all know what happened when that happened. We canceled exercises. We've got to press not to allow that to happen. General Kemmerer is absolutely right. Training is perishable, but it's also key to deterrence. We've got to demonstrate our capability and our resolve that we will defend in a combined way. That I think that needs to be emphasized, that we will defend South Korea and we will defeat the North Korean People's Army. And so I fear that by going back to Singapore and in the security consultative statement, not saying that a use of nuclear weapons will bring an end to the regime. We're undermining deterrence, and we need to think hard about that as we move forward. And last thing I'll say, and General Cameron is right, our alliances and our adversaries have alliances. But why do they have alliances? Because of weakness, because of fear, because of desperation, and because of envy. They have inherently weak systems. They fear our alliances. They are desperate for support, particularly Russia and North Korea, but they envy our alliances. And we should remember that. That is one of the most important things. Our alliances work, and our alliances will work, and they will result in successfully defending our interest, ROK and US, and all of our friends, partners, and allies.
Great, thanks. We have time for just one or two questions from the audience here. Start over here. And please, just one question a person.
Veterans Association, New York City Metro Chapter. I'd like to talk about third-party influence intervention and the interagency. So twice a year, there's two big exercises in Korea, and the military rehearses actions on the objective. They train, they train, they train. How can we get the ROK government and the U.S. government to participate in the training so should things go kinetic, as Dave just talked about, we're better prepared and we built the relationships, the reconnaissance, the rehearsals to build that readiness in the fight tonight? I guess I'll start with General LaCamera, but anybody that wants to jump on that.
And one of the exercises, the ROK government does participate. Would like to have more, yes. We role play a lot of the U.S. at the higher level going forward. So that is a course of action.
Yeah, my advice is to have tabletop exercises that focus on that issue set, because the problem is if you try and tack that on to theater warfighting exercises, there's this inherent intention of what are your objectives, what are you trying to do? But I think tabletop exercises, you can say, hey, this is focused on pulp mill issues, and you can get participation from the civilian government and the ROK in the U.S. And frankly, maybe you don't even always need official participation. You can do it as a Trek 1.5 and get the officials who just came out of government or appointees who are ready to come in, and that's how you can leverage the understanding. But I don't think trying to combine it with, in my experience, being in the middle of these exercises and presided over by General Sharp and several of them, that you can actually integrate them and focus on the pulp mill issues that are going to be so important for third parties, because it'd just be it'd take you on too much of a tangent from the core warfighting training objectives.
I would recommend a return to Back to the Future. We used to conduct an exercise called Pyongyang Peace, which was
that's a great example.
High-level officials, former defense officials, government officials, and look at these kind of issues. And third-party intervention would be a great topic for a Pyongyang exercise. And of course, why do we do it? Because we want peace. We want to prevent war. But third-party intervention is critical, and I think something like that on an annual basis, probably around the time of the SCM and MCM, would be a good start.
The term of art, TPII, intervention is the kinetic or the physical, influence is the in the information space and whatnot. So we need to make sure that they're not the same.
And we have to deal with that influence piece, in armistice, in crisis, in conflict, and in war as well.
One more question time. Go ahead, sir. Wait.
I'm always eager to speak without a microphone. Marcus, you mentioned, if I heard you right, that when you do your tabletops or whatever you call them, you have a scenario where there's a limited nuclear attack. What does that look like, a limited nuclear attack?
Yeah, so actually it's funny that you asked, because I'm actually holding one of the reports from the exercise, the Guardian Tiger series.
Later.
So it can look in many different ways, and but for example, in the Guardian Tiger one, there was a scenario where North Korea used a nuclear weapon at sea. There was another scenario where there was a tactical nuclear attack on an air base. And limited, it's hard to define, and we have a working definition of it, but it's designed to achieve some sort of limited military or operational effect using only a fraction of the capability that the adversary has available. And so in one of our other exercises, it was an underwater detonation that just sank a single ship, these sorts of things. And so these are the kind of things that can achieve some sort of tactical military effect, but that's not their main point. It's to show that the adversary is willing and able to use nuclear weapons, and to create a dilemma as to how we respond. And so to go back to Dave's point, if North Korea were to use a nuclear torpedo that sank a single ship, would the US and ROK be willing to fight a nuclear war to end the North Korean regime, right? Those are the kind of dilemmas that North Korea can create with limited nuclear attacks. And it's the sort of thing I think we're taking more seriously. So that's an example.
So I see our time is up. I think we could go on for quite a bit longer here, but I want to thank the panel. And what I really draw out of all of this is the need to work together, United States, Republic of Korea, and Japan, in United Nations Command, all nations, not just from a military working together to be prepared for a war, but from the perspective of deterrence, and not just from a military perspective, but a whole of government perspective. To be able to pull all elements of power together to prepare, yes, for potential conflict, but as importantly, to try to deter that by not allowing us to get to that point. And that will take multinational, all of government to be able to do that. So thanks to the Korea Society and the Atlantic Council, and I guess this will conclude this, this session.
Thanks, John.
I want to give another huge thank you to our security panelists for a very dynamic conversation, and one that becomes more pertinent as insecurity in the region grows. So we covered a lot of ground there with plenty of food for thought. So we're going to take another very, very quick break to give you guys some time to marinate in that discussion, but don't go too far, because we're going to be right back here at 12:06 with our history panel, The Forging of an Alliance. So don't go too far. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody, thank you for joining us back for our last panel of the day before we transition to our keynote speeches. I'm joined today with two of my very favorite historians to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is how did we go from neglect and distrust to this Hjälmeng, this blood alliance that we have today. It was not a straight path, and that's what we're going to talk about here today. So directly to my left is Dr. Catherine Weathersby, adjunct professor of Asian Studies at the Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University, my alma mater. And she is a specialist on the Korean War and the history of North Korea. In the 90s, she conducted some really pioneering research into the Russian archives to find out about the establishment of North Korea and the Korean War. Welcome, and thank you for joining us, Catherine. And then next to her is Dr. David Fields, Associate Director of the Center for East Asian Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He's the author of a terrific book, Foreign Friends, Syngman Rhee, American Exceptionalism and the Division of Korea. It's one of those books that uses a central character in the history to teach us all about the themes, about basically what we're going to talk about today. So this period, this post-World War II period, was uncommonly fateful for US-Korea relations. Korea was liberated, divided, occupied, abandoned, recommitted to, pushed reluctantly into armistice, and then brought into alliance. It was a period of post-colonial exhilaration, followed by disappointment, a time of seismic geopolitical shifts, great ambitions, and also great suffering. The benefit of hindsight shows us that it was also an unlikely beginning to a relationship that has endured for far longer and far more prosperously than most contemporary observers believed was possible. So, Catherine, let's start with you and let's talk about division. What was the Soviet Union's strategy for the Korean Peninsula during World War II, and what role did rivalry with the US and Japan play into their thinking?
Thank you, Jonathan. The Soviets were concerned about their eastern border. They assumed that Japan would rearm after World War II. They assumed that about Germany as well. In both cases, the former enemies did not again become expansionistic. But the Soviets assumed they would. So that's the first lesson, making a planning based on an assumption that turns out to be incorrect. But because of that assumption, then Korea became important to the Soviet Union as a buffer against a future attack from Japan. That situation, however, became complicated by the neutrality treaty that the Soviets concluded with Japan, because as long as they were fighting Germany, which was, a very, very difficult fight on their western flank, they were desperate to avoid also fighting with Japan at the same time. And so consequently, even though Korea was important, they didn't make concrete plans about Korea until the Potsdam Conference, just a couple of weeks before they entered the war, because of this fear that the discussions would be leaked and they would do something to prompt Japan to attack, which would be catastrophic. So that goes a long way to explain why what happened at the time of the surrender of Japan was so improvised and happened all so quickly and kind of chaotically. It wasn't carefully thought through.
Thank you so much. Really, really instructive. And David, let's turn over to you for the U.S. side of things. So, of course, this was a case of an account being handed over from Roosevelt to Truman. So how did their strategy evolve over this time for Korea, and what did Korean nationalists think about their plans?
Yeah, I'm going to follow Marcus's example and set a timer for myself to make sure that I don't go over. There's actually a remarkable amount of evolution that happens in U.S. policy towards Korea over the course of the war. So prior to Pearl Harbor, the United States had recognized the colonization of Korea. They had had several opportunities to rethink that policy and had turned them all down. But Pearl Harbor is really a turning point in which the United States first becomes very interested in the possibility of an independent Korea, actually investigates the possibility of supporting an independent Korea. But as they investigate that, they realize that there's real troubles in the Korean independence movement. So what most independence advocates are advocating, including Kim Koo and Syngman Rhee, are recognition of the Korean provisional government. The United States actually considers this, but as they investigate the status of the KPG in China, they realize that it is under the thumb of Chiang Kai-shek, and that he is hoping to use the KPG to further Chinese influence on the Korean Peninsula after the war. Furthermore, they learned that there's a group of Korean communists in Yan'an with Mao who are also hoping for influence in the peninsula after the war, and then that there's another group of Koreans in the Soviet Union who are hoping for the same thing. So the issue that they have is if they take any sort of action on the KPG, they risk starting a war for influence over Korea before the war against Japan has even been defeated. So they don't want to have Korea to be a bone of contention among the Allies. So what they do instead is the Cairo Declaration in 1943, in which they get all of the Allies to go on record saying, we are committed to making Korea independent in due course after the war is over. Let's take this off the shelf for the time being. And that's where Korean policy basically sits until about August 10 or 11 of 1945. So way at the end of the war. Because it's only at that point, with the surrender of Japan, that it becomes clear that the Soviet Union is going to be in a unilateral position to occupy the entire Korean peninsula. Now, Truman is actually under some political pressure to make sure that the United States makes good on its pledge at Cairo to see that Korea becomes an independent nation after the war. I think he also believes personally, and his advisors are telling him, the United States should at least have some sort of leverage. There should at least be some American presence on the Korean Peninsula. And this is when they suggest a joint occupation. They don't suggest division, they suggest a joint occupation so that there's an American presence on the Korean Peninsula that will hopefully give them some leverage in determining what Korea's future is going to be about. And as I learned from reading Catherine Weathersby's work when I was a graduate student, the Soviet Union accepts that for their own reasons. Now, what was the Korean nationalist response to this? To say they opposed it would be an understatement. To say that they were violently opposed to it, I think would be a little bit more accurate, because more quickly than anyone else, they saw the potential danger of joint occupation, I think, turning into some sort of permanent division. But they actually saw other dangers as well that I think we've largely forgotten about, and that was what they were even more afraid of was continued colonization, either being colonized by the United States, colonized by the Soviet Union, or colonized by both at the same time. And when you look at what General Hodge is having to do in the 3 years that the U.S. is occupying Korea, is constantly reassuring the Koreans that the United States has no intention of staying there permanently, that they're not going to recolonize them. But Koreans are not a particularly trusting people at this point. And if you know much about Korean history, it's hard to fault them for that, because this is exactly where Japanese colonialism started in 1904 and 1905, where Japanese occupied the Korean Peninsula, allegedly for a temporary period of time, only until Korea was strong enough to stand on its own. Well, that is exactly what the United States is saying in the fall of 1945.
Okay, so very realpolitik considerations driving America's policy towards division, and now occupation is here. So what was General John Hodge never really imagined himself for this role, right? And so what is the strategy, and then how are Korean nationalist figures interacting?
Yeah, poor General Hodge. The issue with General Hodge is General Hodge and the 24th Corps are ordered to the Korean Peninsula before there is a strategy on Korea. Okay, so as far as his general orders are concerned, he's there to accept the surrender of the Japanese, to disarm them, and to repatriate them to Japan, which, by the way, he does very well. And that's why all of his reports start on the first page. It's how many Japanese soldiers have been disarmed and repatriated back to Korea. He does not know what the long-term U.S. policy on Korea is. That won't be decided until the Moscow Ministers' Conference in December of 1945. So he's on the Korean Peninsula for about 3 months without any clear orders, unable to answer the most important questions. Why exactly is the United States there? What are they going to do? And how long are they staying? Okay, he cannot answer those questions. And by the way, because he doesn't have any orders, he makes some pretty drastic mistakes in the opening days of the occupation, including announcing that Japanese colonial officials will be kept in place for the time being, all right, which just causes this enormous backlash in Korea, but it also causes a backlash in Washington. And he's immediately instructed that, no, you have to remove Japanese officials as soon as possible, meaning that you have to set up an American military government for Korea. The problem is he's commanding tactical troops. Okay, he does not have troops that are trained in that. He does not have civil affairs units. And so those first 3 months are really a disaster where he is forced to implement a policy that he's not really trained for, that there's no strategy for, and he's doing it with tactical troops. There's a really interesting account in his historian's journal, where he's having a meeting with one of the commanders of the Busan area, and he's hearing reports about how badly American MPs are performing in Busan. And he's asking, what is going wrong here? And their commander has to explain to General Hodge, well, until these people arrived in Korea, they were artillery officers. Okay, they have no training to do the mission that they are now doing. So I have a lot of sympathy for General Hodge. And General Hodge actually does listen to what the Korean people are saying. And what they're saying very clearly is no trusteeship. All right, trusteeship has been discussed for Korea throughout the war, but it doesn't become official U.S. policy until December of 1945. So General Hodge is firing off cables back to Washington saying, I don't know what the plan is, but please let it not be trusteeship. Okay, trusteeship is not going to work. The Koreans will be violently opposed to it. And then what happens at the ministers' conference in December of 1945? But trusteeship is announced as the official policy of the United States and the Soviet Union. And just as they said they would, the Korean nationalists react violently against it. In fact, it's maybe one of the single issues in post-liberation in Korea that the vast majority of Koreans are united on is their opposition to trusteeship. Kim Koo actually attempts a coup against American military forces in late December, just as he said he would if trusteeship became the policy of the United States. So there's this tremendous blowback against this policy. And then it's only at the last minute that that Moscow orders Korean communists to support the policy of trusteeship, and then lets their policy known that only Korean groups who support trusteeship can be consulted to participate in that trusteeship process, trying essentially to create a communist minority government on the Korean peninsula. And so this policy breaks down over the next 3 years, and it's often portrayed as a breakdown between the Soviet Union and the United States not to be able to come up with a trusteeship formula, but actually it's the Koreans themselves that play a crucial role in breaking this down because they won't cooperate with anyone on the issue of trusteeship because they are completely united in opposition to this.
Fascinating. And you had a little interesting story about Kim Koo.
Oh, yes. Kim Koo and Syngman Rhee are often seen as rivals. And in many ways, they were rivals. I tend to think that their rivalry was a little bit more tactical than strategic. And in fact, in many ways, what they wanted was the exact same thing. And they were willing to cooperate. In fact, if Syngman Rhee would have had his way in Washington in World War II, or even in the opening days of the U.S. occupation, what he wanted was the recognition of the Korean Provisional Government as the official government in Korea. That's actually what General Hodge wants as well. Had the United States gone along with that, Kim Koo would have been the first president of Korea. And Lee Sung-man was more than okay with that because he believed that he would be the second president of Korea. So there's actually a lot of cooperation between the two, even though I think history has tended to focus on their rivalry.
Really interesting. And Kim Koo also took a very fateful trip to Pyongyang, which ended up not turning out the way that he had hoped.
It didn't. And if memoranda and letters being exchanged at the time can be trusted, and I more or less do, actually, Lee Sung-man was well aware of that and agreed that he would tacitly support that effort by actually not supporting it publicly. Okay, so he agreed that he would continue to criticize it because that was more likely to be successful if their agreement remained quiet. And then Kim Koo was supposed to not criticize the UN-backed elections in 1948 at the same time. That agreement kind of more or less breaks down, but it's another example of Kim Koo and Lee Sung-man are talking to each other the whole time.
Yeah.
They're working together. Their tactics are a little bit different, but their ultimate strategy is independence for Korea at the absolute earliest moment possible.
Super interesting. And I just want to read, so if we were to think about if Kim Koo could look upon the situation today, he would, of course, probably be upset that division remains the fact on the peninsula. But there's one aspect in which I think he'd be very happy, and I'll read from Kim Koo's My Wish. I wish for our nation to become the most beautiful nation in the world. I do not necessarily wish for our nation to become the world's richest or strongest. Since I have suffered all too well the pain of foreign invasion, I do not wish my nation to invade another. Our national strength will be sufficient as long as our wealth makes our lives abundant and our military strength repels others' invasions. The one thing I seek in infinite quantity is the power of a highly developed culture. That is because the power of culture brings happiness and meaning to our lives and by extension to the lives of others. I think if Kim Koo were able to see Korea today, he might be impressed upon the power of Korean culture. Okay, so Catherine, over to you to talk about occupation. The Soviets are up there in the north and occupying and administrating things quite differently, and in some ways more efficacious and in other ways not. Interested to hear about why Kim Il-sung was chosen among other, perhaps better suited candidates like Cho Man-chik. So how did the Soviets look upon their administration of the North?
The Soviets were much clearer about what they planned to do than the Americans were. They had a clear program. Korea needed to be a buffer against an attack from Japan, and therefore they needed to have a reliable government. If they could control only the northern half of the peninsula, they would do it there. The whole peninsula would be better. Tried to do that in 1950, but in the meantime, we'll create a solid buffer in the northern half of the peninsula. That required a leader who they believed was reliable, was loyal. Kim Il-sung was really the only choice because other leaders were either in Korea during the period of Japanese rule and therefore away from direct acquaintance with Soviet officials, or they were in China and again removed from interactions with the Soviets. The only group they knew was this small group of partisans that had taken refuge in the Soviet Union in 1941 when Japanese forces chased them to the border. And that included Kim Il-sung. He was too young for this job. He had only served as a guerrilla fighter. He had very little education, very little experience. But they knew him. He had served at their base in Khabarovsk for 4 years, and they believed he was had leadership potential, was the phrase. Little did they know just how much leadership potential. But the important thing was that he was loyal, and he was indeed loyal until 1950. Now, they proceeded with dispatch to create a Soviet-style system in their occupation zone. They began doing that already in March of 46. That's very quickly. After they had reached the Moscow Conference decision that David just talked about on trusteeship, they needed to solidify their control over the northern half of the peninsula. And so they began with land reform in March of 46, taking the land away from landowners without compensation and dividing it among the people who farmed it. And then once they finished doing that, they proceeded to implement all the aspects of a Soviet-style system, a dual government between party and government, mass mobilization organizations, public welfare provisions of education and health care and so forth, a propaganda department, laws similar to the laws that existed in the Soviet Union. So all of that was put in place in the summer of 1946 after the initial land reform. So by the end of 1946 already, they were firmly in control of a state that was loyal to them and modeled after them.
This wasn't a question that we had previously discussed, but I wonder, from the perspective of the Soviet Union and from the perspective of the United States, okay, disregarding unfairly and unkindly the opinion of Korean people themselves, was trusteeship ever possible? or was it just too much of an opportunity for the Soviets and the US to shape and influence the geopolitics and national security that was relevant to them?
I'll start if you want to.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Protecting against attack from Japan was very important. Yeah. Japan had invaded in 1918, that tends to be forgotten these days, and occupied Siberia for 4 years. That's a lot. And then in 1939, Japan tried to move into Siberia again in order to secure oil for its military adventures. That only didn't happen because Soviet and Mongolian forces defeated Japanese forces in the spring and summer of 1939. And so then Japan decided to move south toward Indonesia. But so the threat of an attack from Japan was very real, right? You know, it's not theoretical. So that outweighed anything else. Trusteeship was something the Soviets went along with in their discussions with the Americans because they had to cooperate with the Americans on countless issues in Europe, in North Africa, in the Near East, you know, everywhere following the end of World War II, there were just enormous issues that had to be resolved, territorial issues, political issues, and economic issues for the Soviet Union. They had to have the cooperation of the Americans for a period of time, and so therefore they moved carefully at the Moscow Conference of December 45 to come up with some formula for Korea that would preserve their interest, in other words, holding on to at least the northern part, if not the whole thing, while leaving the appearance of cooperation. So have the appearance of multilateralism without the reality of it. That was their goal, and they did a pretty good job of accomplishing that goal, I would say.
Fascinating. David?
Yeah, of course, this is a counterfactual and hypothetical, which is always dangerous territory for historians to get into, but it's all the public wants to talk about. So I feel like it's a more interesting conversation, and I have thought about this quite a bit, actually. And I'm of the opinion that actually trusteeship would have been possible if even a respectable plurality of Koreans had supported it. I think the United States would have been more than happy to ram trusteeship through. They would have been more than happy for the Soviets to manipulate that process, and then they would have been more than happy to leave the Korean Peninsula because they really didn't want to be there in the first place. They wanted to be able to say with a straight face that we have created some sort of independent Korean regime. The problem was, and they polled this regularly, they did polling around Koreans, they couldn't find 2 Koreans in 100 that supported trusteeship. And because of that, the only option for trusteeship was a completely communist-dominated formula. And that they could not accept. So I think there was a possibility there, but given the almost unified abhorrence, Korean abhorrence to trusteeship, the United States could not use that to save face and exit the Korean Peninsula the way they wanted.
And this brings us really interestingly to the next topic, which is the Korean War, right? Because collective security was such a point of focus for the Truman administration, and Truman himself jumping up and down saying, we can't let the UN down, we can't let the UN down after Kim Il-sung invades. So let's talk about how, David, would you characterize US-Korea relations in the run-up to the war, and then why did the US ultimately decide to intervene despite signs that it maybe wasn't so interested?
I think the relationship would be maybe best characterized by mutual extreme frustration. Okay, especially Lee Seung-man is incredibly frustrated with Truman, with the Truman administration, because he believes that they are leaving too quickly and that they have not done enough to build up indigenous ROK forces before they left. So actually, the United States withdraws troops from the Korean Peninsula in July of 1949. It's sometimes you'll read that the United States occupies the Korean Peninsula in 1945, and we've been there ever since. That's actually not true. There's this crucial period from July of 1949 until June of 1950 when the Americans are not there. And the Americans were withdrawn over the strenuous objections of Lee Seung-man, who said, if you withdraw now, and if you don't arm the ROK, and if you don't give us any explicit guarantees there is a real danger that something could go wrong. And yet the United States does it anyway. So Lee Seung-man is very frustrated by that decision. On the other hand, Truman is very frustrated with Lee Seung-man and his regime because they will not stop talking about Bukjin Tongyeo, about marching north to reunify the country. And that is absolutely the last thing that the United States wants because they're worried about getting dragged into a war that they will be held responsible for. And this is part of the reason why they will not give Lee Seung-man the arms that he is hoping for. There's another reason as well, though, and that is that no one is sure that the Lee Seung-man regime and the ROK is even going to survive. They think that there's a good chance that it will be brought down internally by communist subversion. And if they're sure about one thing, it's that if that happens, they don't want to be there when it happens, right? They want to get off the Korean peninsula before that happens. That's a big part of the logic of withdrawal. It's another part of the logic behind the Dean Acheson Press Club speech in spring of 1950, which is not a gaffe. It's a very clearly calculated policy that we want Korea outside of our exclusive defensive perimeter in case this regime starts to topple from within. And it's the explanation behind another facet that I think is often overlooked, and that's the death of Truman's Korean aid bill in the U.S. Congress in spring of 1950. Because U.S. congressmen are looking at this as well and saying, why would we invest so much in a regime that we're not even sure it's going to survive? So I feel like all of the signals are very clear that the United States is abandoning the ROK to its fate. And by the way, this is a discourse that's not completely irrelevant today. So why then does the United States get involved if there's all these signals of abandonment? I think in the minds of most American policymakers, they were imagining that if the ROK is going to collapse, if it's going to be brought down, it's going to be brought down by internal subversion. And they know that the Soviet Union will probably be a part of that. But again, there's deniability there. Okay, the regime could not stand on its own. It collapsed. What happens instead in June of 1950 is a massive army crosses the 38th parallel with Soviet T-34 tanks out in front. And it's undeniable at this point that the Soviet Union has played a role in what is going on. And of course, American policymakers somewhat overreact and think that it's actually the Soviet Union who's driving the policy, which it's not. But the Soviet fingerprints are so clearly there. And I think one way of thinking about this is the Americans were thinking that there was a good chance that the ROK would lose the last battle of a Korean Civil War. And if they lose that battle, they don't want to be involved. And what instead they see is what they think is the first battle of World War III. And that's something they absolutely have to be a part of, and they have to resist because they're worried about not just the ROK, they're worried about Japan. They're worried about their alliances, their connections in Europe as well.
Terrific. Thank you, David. Catherine, so any more thoughts on that? Plus, Kim Il-sung was badgering Stalin for the better part of a year to allow him and support him in his plan to invade the South and unify the peninsula. And Stalin was like, I like the idea, but the timing's not right. And then he changed his mind. So what happened for him?
Yes, Stalin was worried about Kim Il-sung's plan to attack the South because he feared that it would create war between the Soviets and the Americans. He didn't want that, not in principle. He assumed there would be a war eventually between the Soviet Union and the U.S., but he didn't want it in 1949 or in 1950 because the Soviet Union was too weak to win it. So it was very important to avoid war with the United States at that point. And so as long as, first of all, the North was not strong enough to win the war quickly, that was one issue. If they could win the war in 2 weeks before the Americans had time to send forces back to Korea, maybe it would work. But secondly, the bigger issue was whether the U.S. would intervene at all. NSC 48, right, the infamous Acheson line, is, in my view, what did change Stalin's mind. Not Acheson's speech, however, but the policy itself that Stalin would have known about through his network of espionage agents, which was very extensive and very effective. I say the reason that it was not Acheson's speech because he changed his policy toward China as of January 6, a week before Acheson's speech, and that change toward China was part of a broader change toward East Asia as a whole, made in response to the American defense perimeter. Because as Stalin looked at the world, if the Americans are drawing an edge to the territory they will defend, then since he's in a global contest with the Americans, it was a no-brainer. You know, he would move up to that line. That's really not complicated, right? So, therefore, he recognized Ho Chi Minh's government in Vietnam. He agreed to make a treaty with the new People's Republic of China, which he had said no to in December of '49 when Mao was in Moscow.
A fascinating little bit, and he even
Yeah.
was not willing to meet with him. I learned from reading your
Right.
research. Yeah,
Yeah.
made him wait for a month.
Yeah, you know, Mao had traveled all the way to Moscow. So, and then, of course, he gave the green light to Kim Il-sung, and then supplied, you know, all the necessary equipment for the offensive. But he remained very nervous, right? It's interesting that the nervousness about the possibility of American intervention is what led to a change in the tactics for beginning the war. So instead of beginning on the Ongjin Peninsula and then extending across the border once the South counterattacked, now, just a change of plan of just a few days before June 25th, now they're going to attack all the way across the dividing line with massive force. And it was precisely that kind of blitzkrieg with the T-34s, the old workhorse of World War II, that absolutely terrified everyone here in Washington, but also in London and in Ottawa and, you know, everywhere, in Paris. The French president wept when he heard that the Americans were going to send forces to Korea. He said, thank God, thank God.
Wow.
Yeah, because everyone who had been through the war against Germany saw it the same way. Like, oh my God, the Soviets are doing what the Germans did. We didn't stop Germany, we ended up in World War II. We have to stop the Soviets or we will end up in World War III. Yeah. So Stalin got it precisely the result that he most feared. Yeah.
So much miscalculation, so much just misunderstanding and lost opportunity to communicate with one another. Also relevant, we haven't gotten into China a lot today, but no diplomatic relationship, of course, between the US and the PRC, and therefore no ability to communicate, to even get a sense that what was a strategic warning by Zhou Enlai, the foreign minister, in early October, was not a bluff, but was the truth, that China would intervene if the US crosses the 38th parallel, and that was not interpreted seriously. Everyone from lowly intelligence officers all the way to President Truman, and the role that no communication and no official diplomatic relationship played there. So let's move on to the armistice and the alliance, right? So this armistice takes over 2 years to negotiate, and it's supposed to very quickly lead to a political settlement, and it never does. It's still in place today. So, David, let's start with you. Why did the armistice take so long, and why did the end of the war lead eventually to both Koreas forming mutual defense alliances with their patrons?
I think it was Ambassador Kim who talked earlier today about never-ending negotiations or everlasting negotiations. I think the armistice felt like that. It takes almost 2 years, and there's two really big issues that hold it up. And the first one is POWs, specifically where are POWs going to be sent after the war? Now, up until the Korean War, it's usually, this is a fairly simple question. If you speak French, you go to France. If you speak German, you go to Germany. And sometimes people get sent to the wrong places, but more or less, you know, that's the way it works. In the Korean War, you have a very much a different problem because the vast majority of the POWs are either Korean or they're Chinese. But there's two Koreas and there's two Chinas. Furthermore, tens of thousands of these POWs actually say, we were dragooned into this army, and we're not communists, and we don't want to go back. And if you send us back, they're probably going to kill us. And they're saying this to the UN command and to the United States, who has been couching this war in terms of good versus evil, in very moralistic terms. And so you can see that it would be very hard for a United Nations commander, an American commander, to turn over tens of thousands of Koreans back to North Korea who say that they don't want to go there and they're going to be killed if they go there. So what they decide on is they decide on a policy of voluntary repatriation, which, as far as I know, might be the first time such a policy is ever used, where instead of sending you back to the country which you fought from, we're going to actually try to figure out what you want. Where do you want to be sent? And then we'll act accordingly. And the Chinese and the North Korean response is a lot of anger. I mean, they say this is contrary to international law. This is not the way it works. And furthermore, they see this as a threat because it's going to look really bad for them if the vast majorities of their POWs don't want to return home. So this is a real sticking point between the two sides that takes about 2 years to resolve. But finally, what they agree to do is there will be voluntary repatriation, but POWs will be turned over to screening committees made up of personnel of neutral nations who will interview them multiple times, hopefully in an environment of minimal coercion. They'll try to figure out what they want to do, and then they will ship them there accordingly. So this takes 2 years to work out. So that's one of the things that holds it up. The second thing that holds it up is really Sigmund Rhee's intransigence. He hates the idea of an armistice. He hates the end of a Korean war with Korea still divided. He said several times he would rather it end with North Korea winning than with Korea being continued to be divided. Now, I don't know if he really believed that, but I think he was trying to communicate just how strongly he wanted this war to resolve the issue.
Why did all these millions of people die?
Yes, why did all these millions of people die if we still end up divided? So Lee Seung-man does everything he can to sabotage these negotiations. He will not let the ROK participate in them. At one point, he sends what has to be either the only or one of two planes in his Air Force to drop bombs near Panmunjom to disrupt the negotiations for several days. And then finally, in June of 1953, he does his most extreme action ever, which is he releases all of the non-repatriate Korean POWs. So all of these 23,000 POWs whose status has just been painstakingly negotiated over the previous 2 years, he lets them all go. And by the way, in the process of letting him go, what he has to do is he orders ROK Army soldiers to turn their guns on American soldiers who are guarding these POWs and release them by force. And it's a miracle that no one was killed. Okay, in one episode, there was shots fired. Luckily, no one was killed. But that is how much Lee Seung-man wanted to kill this agreement. And by the way, he takes this action after he's already been offered a mutual defense treaty with the United States. He wanted to make one more attempt to try to kill this armistice deal to continue the Korean War. It's only after that that he accepts the offer of mutual defense treaty. And by the way, American officials are so angry with Lee Seung-man at this point that they come very close to considering removing him from power. And this is PBS or Ever-Ready, Operation or Plan Ever-Ready. And it's ultimately Mark Clark who looks at this and says, we're not going to do it because we don't know who will replace him. We don't know if anyone can replace him, actually, with the same legitimacy. And if we find someone, we don't know that they're going to actually be willing to play ball with us any more than Lee Seung-man is. So they don't remove Lee Seung-man. And it's only after he's taken all of these attempts to kill the armistice and failed that he decides to accept the offer of a mutual defense treaty in exchange for tacitly abiding by the armistice agreement. He will not sign it, famously. No representatives of the ROK will sign it, but he will at least tacitly abide by it. And this is actually the foundation of the US-Korean alliance. I think we'd like to romanticize this and say that this was an alliance that was written in blood during the Korean War. And in a sense, that's true. And that is a foundation of the alliance. You know, this is the Van Fleet Forum. I mean, one of the reasons Van Fleet is so committed to the Korean cause is because he loses a son in Korea, right? And he wants to devote the rest of his life to this cause that he has sacrificed his children to. And so that is a foundation of the alliance, but the actual words on paper are a result of Lee Seung-man extracting a concession from the United States in return for him tacitly abiding by the armistice agreement.
A repeat of a theme from an earlier session, which is that domestic politics continue into foreign relations, right? Okay, so Catherine, over to you for
the Soviet, Chinese, North Korean side of things in terms of the armistice and then the subsequent alliances that followed. Not right away. It took them nearly a decade to get there, but they got there eventually. And I'll just add that your article on this and your research on this issue really clarified what exactly was going on, because there was a lot of confusion up until recently about what exactly was holding everything up.
Right. As I mentioned earlier, Stalin was very afraid of war with the United States, and so it was quite remarkable to him when the Chinese pushed the Americans out of North Korea, all the way down south of Seoul. Wow, that's amazing. The Chinese are beating the Americans. And so the war looked different as of January of 51. It looked safe, first of all. The Americans are not going to come to the Soviet border. They're not going to come to the Chinese border. China is able to keep them away. But also, Stalin decided that the war could be very useful for his bigger cause because it could keep the American military stuck in Korea for, his plan was 2 to 3 years, which would give the East European Soviet bloc countries, only recently, brought under the control of the Soviet Union, to serve as a buffer on their western border against an attack from the west. It would give those countries time to build up powerful military forces. They're not going to be a very effective border if they're not strong, right? Buffer if they're not strong. And so, therefore, let's keep the Americans stuck in Korea for a couple of years and let Poland and East Germany and Romania and Czechoslovakia and so forth build up military forces. And so when the armistice negotiations began in the summer of 51, he sent instructions to the Chinese and North Korean negotiators to go slow. Don't accept any terms the Americans put forth. Drag your heels. And so that's what they did. Now, China had its own reasons for wanting to prolong the war. Mao Zedong did, I should say, the Chinese leadership, which is that after it was stabilized, the Soviets sent advisors and equipment to Korea to train and re-equip all of the Chinese forces in Korea, turning them into a modern army. So in the course of the Korean War, the People's Liberation Army was transformed from a guerrilla force, a very good and effective guerrilla force, but nonetheless not a modern army, into a modern army. They provided not only weaponry, but logistics, communication systems, and so forth. Mao considered this the best military school possible. And so he wanted to keep the war going so his students could go to that school. Right. Now, the North Koreans, of course, wanted the war to end because they were enduring saturation bombing. I saw a Russian report from the end of the war that estimated that 85% of all buildings in North Korea were destroyed by the American bombing. 85% in the entire country, right? The only structures that were not destroyed basically were ones that were in valleys that were too narrow for the planes to fly through and bomb them. Otherwise, everything was destroyed. And so, naturally, the North Korean leadership wanted to stop this. They said the number of POWs, right, that David was talking about, in dispute, is insignificant compared to the physical destruction of our country. However, Mao rebuked him, said, "You don't understand the broader importance of this war, you must keep fighting." And Stalin insisted, "You must keep fighting." Kim had no choice but to keep fighting. But this meant that when, well, let me first add, so how did it finally end? Stalin died in March of '53 of natural causes, and the first thing the new Soviet leadership did after he died was to draft new instructions for Beijing and Pyongyang to bring the war to an end, to reach an armistice agreement. So the new leadership in the Soviet Union had a lot of other things they were really worried about, and they didn't want to continue this situation in Korea. Now, China, however, delayed it a bit longer because of what David was talking about, of Syngman Rhee's release of the prisoners, also Mao, that Mao thought needed a retaliation. Also, Mao wanted to end up in a line that would be politically advantageous and militarily advantageous. So it dragged on from March to July for those reasons. But the essential reason, though, that the armistice agreement finally went ahead was that the Soviets changed their mind about it. Now, this means that on the northern side, the foundations for the alliance were also very, very shaky, right? The North Koreans had lived through the experience of having their country physically destroyed at the insistence of the Soviets and the Chinese. Now, what kind of basis is that for an alliance?
Right.
Right.
And I'd like to take just one question, if we could, from the in-person audience. So please raise your hand if you've got something. We'll run a mic over to you. So much food for thought here. If not, we're going to transition on. This was, I helped to plan this conversation, and I learned so much from it. This was so instructive, and you guys are so brilliant, and I'm so grateful that you came here and spoke with us. So please help me to give a hand to our two speakers today. So I'm going to transition now to our president and CEO, Mr. Tom Byrne. Welcome him to the stage. We're going to have an introduction to our two keynote speeches. So please stay there, and then after the keynotes, we'll transition to lunch. Keynotes coming at you. Thanks, everybody.
For Senator Ricketts, and we are honored to be joined virtually by U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska. Senator Ricketts previously served as Nebraska's 40th governor. Under his leadership, Nebraska won the Governor's Cup for the most economic development projects per capita 3 years in a row from 2016 to 2018. Senator Ricketts was sworn in as Nebraska's U.S. Senator on January 23, 2023. He currently serves in the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations as the chair of the Subcommittee on East Asia, the Pacific, and International Cybersecurity Policy. Senator Ricketts is interested in exploring the prospects for expanded US-ROK economic and defense cooperation in an upcoming subcommittee hearing, likely in late January. We are grateful that Senator Ricketts and his team prepared this video specifically for today's forum. So please direct your attention to the screen to hear and listen to Senator Ricketts.
I'm Senator Pete Ricketts from the great state of Nebraska. It's an honor to speak at this distinguished forum. I'm sorry I'm unable to attend in person. As chair of the Senate Foreign Relations East Asia Subcommittee, I applaud your efforts to strengthen the U.S.-Korea alliance. This alliance is one of the most successful in modern history. In 1953, Korea was devastated by war. Today, it is a thriving democracy and a technological powerhouse. Together, we deterred North Korean aggression. We built a foundation for prosperity and maintained Indo-Pacific stability. But today, we face a new strategic landscape. Russia, North Korea, and Communist China are coordinating more closely than at any time since the early Cold War. Our adversaries are emboldened and using tools far beyond the military domain. It demands a new playbook. Let me highlight 3 key challenges. North Korea's expanding military presence, North Korea's cyber operations, and Communist China's attempts to weaken American alliances through economic coercion and tech competition. North Koreans are fighting on Russian battlefields. They have shipped millions of artillery shells to support Russia's war. In return, North Korea receives missile technology, combat experience, and economic support. North Korean cyber units stole nearly $1.5 billion in cryptocurrency last year, double the previous year's total. These illicit funds sustain weapons programs and offset sanctions. Meanwhile, Communist China uses economic coercion and military aggression to reshape the Indo-Pacific. Beijing has threatened to sanction Hanwha. They are rehearsing to invade Taiwan. They are infringing upon Korea's sovereignty in the West Sea. But Communist China's real game is technological supremacy. They use AI, semiconductors, and biotech to hollow out the US-Korea alliance. Our alliance was built for military deterrence on the Korean Peninsula. But now adversaries are exploiting new domains. That includes everything from cyberspace to outer space. They seek to dominate emerging technologies. We must adapt and retool. We must recognize that economic security is national security. That's why we need to elevate economic cooperation as a central pillar of our alliance. We've made progress in shipbuilding and strategic manufacturing, but more needs to be done. We need to deepen our partnership in critical technologies. We need to dominate the frontier in AI, biotech, quantum computing, and space. These are not just engines of growth. They are the battlefield of the future. Communist China's semiconductor strategy is a case study in authoritarian industrial policy. They import foreign tech and subsidize domestic competitors. They block market access, then flood global markets with below-cost exports. We've seen this with solar panels and EVs. We can't let semiconductors be next. We need coordination to protect innovation and supply chains. We must ensure that democratic nations lead the future of technology, not authoritarian regimes. We can't do this alone. We must work together. We must reaffirm that Korea's security is America's security and vice versa. To critics who worry that deeper cooperation might provoke Xi Jinping, I say this. The United States and South Korea have stood shoulder to shoulder for 3 generations. We are not here to appease dictators. We are here to defend freedom, prosperity, and our way of life. The US-Korea alliance has always been based on a simple but enduring idea. Kachi Kapshida, we go together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Kreinig. I'm Vice President and Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. Thank you all very much for joining us for this year's Van Fleet Policy Forum. It's an honor to co-host this event for the first time with our friends at the Korea Society, and we're deeply grateful for the generous support of the Kim Koo Foundation. It's been fascinating to hear from such a distinguished group of American and Korean policymakers and thought leaders, including hearing virtually just there from Senator Pete Ricketts. The timing of this discussion is salient. The US-Korea alliance is as important as ever, and reinforcing the alliance is central to navigating this period of heightened strategic competition. Echoing Senator Ricketts' words, Korean security is American security, and vice versa. The US-ROK alliance occupies a pivotal position not just within Northeast Asia, but also in upholding a secure, free, open, and prosperous international system. Meetings like this are essential to the Scowcroft Center's mission of developing sustainable nonpartisan strategies to address the most important security challenges facing the United States and its allies, and we also work to honor the legacy of service of General Brent Scowcroft. But now it's my great privilege to introduce our final keynote speaker, United States Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. We are honored that he has joined us today despite his very busy schedule. Deputy Secretary Landau was sworn in earlier this year. Prior to assuming this role, he served as United States Ambassador to Mexico from 2019 to 2021. Before and after his tenure in Mexico, he has engaged in the private practice of law in Washington, D.C. for more than 3 decades. He recently returned from his first official visit to the Republic of Korea in his capacity as Deputy Secretary of State, underscoring the United States' ongoing commitment to our alliance with the Republic of Korea. So without further ado, please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau.
Thank you, Matthew, for that kind introduction. I should say I'm a huge fan of Brent Scowcroft. I think he's one of the great thinkers and strategists of American foreign policy the last several decades, and so I pay tribute to that. I also just want to express my gratitude for this invitation to speak at the Van Fleet Policy Forum and to thank the Atlantic Council and the Korea Society for co-hosting this event. It's really a privilege for me to be here with you today. I think, as you all know, the premise here is that the Republic of Korea is one of our closest allies. I had the opportunity when I was in Korea a couple of months ago to visit the War Memorial or the War Museum in Seoul, which really underscores those links of blood that you can never break those kinds of bonds. Our troops fought side by side, and that kind of alliance is absolutely ironclad, and I am happy to reiterate consistent U.S. policy that the US-ROK alliance remains the linchpin of peace, security, and prosperity in all of Northeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific region, and that alliance is ironclad. President Trump has a great relationship with Korea's new president, and he's already Lee Jae-myung, and they've already met twice since President Lee took office just recently. Yesterday, our two countries released a historic joint fact sheet on President Trump's historic state visit to Korea at the end of October, inaugurating a new chapter in the U.S.-Korea alliance. I encourage all of you to read that fact sheet closely, because it lays out our joint priorities for the relationship in the years to come, which include rebuilding and expanding critical industries, maintaining foreign exchange market stability, enhancing commercial ties, promoting reciprocal trade, protecting economic prosperity, modernizing the US-ROK alliance, coordinating on Korean Peninsula and other regional issues, and furthering our maritime and nuclear partnership. As the fact sheet announces, during his visit to Korea last month, President Trump secured billions of dollars for the American economy in landmark deals. These efforts recognize Korea as one of the leading investors in the United States and will support American jobs, fuel America's energy exports, promote trusted technology, and strengthen our maritime partnership. Again, I think everybody's aware that President Trump is committed to reindustrializing our country after decades of being hollowed out, and we've lost a lot of important jobs to offshoring, and it's a time, one of the major incentives or initiatives of this administration is to revitalize American manufacturing by onshoring production and creating high-quality American jobs. And Korea is absolutely vital to this effort. We need Korea's investment in key sectors, including shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, critical minerals, and AI quantum. We also need Korea's help in getting those investments up and running, sending experts on temporary visas who can teach our great American workers how to run these precision manufacturing facilities. In fact, I had, both the honor and I guess the blessing and the curse of being the first high-level American official to visit Korea in early September after the regrettable incident in Georgia, and expressed our government's regret at that incident and pledged while in Korea that we would fix our visa system so that this kind of incident doesn't happen again. President Trump has been very, very clear that he welcomes Koreans to come to our country to train American workers in these high-precision jobs. Obviously, you cannot ask for countries to make significant investments in our economy and not expect them to send people over to implement those investments and make them a reality. So I am pleased to announce we've made very quick strides towards making sure that that incident is not repeated again by establishing a Korean investment and trade desk at Embassy Seoul, and working on fixing up our visa system here to create a category of visas that allow people to come here and train Americans for these exciting jobs in a way that is consistent with our immigration laws. I even had protesters against me when I was in Korea. Actually, I was impressed when I was in Korea with the free speech atmosphere in Korea. It seemed like everybody was protesting something there, which, was okay. I prefer it not be me, but, it's important if somebody is unhappy with something. You like to see that there's a free and open society with robust debate. So I actually welcome that. I thought that was a sign of democratic maturity, but it was interesting to experience, all the people with loudspeakers around Seoul. It seems like anybody who had a message to send was sending out that message, whatever it may be. So hopefully the protesters who were protesting me are mollified now by the actions that we are taking to rectify the regrettable situation. And again, look forward to welcoming back our great Korean friends. And again, I just want to emphasize, particularly shipbuilding is just an area that's critical to our national security. It's sad as an American that this is, that was a source of many jobs and great national pride. And I think Korea should have great pride that it has, developed a tremendous shipbuilding industry that is one of the crown jewels of the world economy. And now we are looking to Korea to help us get our shipbuilding industry back off the ground again. I think that's the great way that friendships and alliances work, where both sides help each other. A sustainable long-term alliance has to be a two-way street where both sides are getting benefits. And so I think the U.S. Alliance with South Korea is a great example of what we should be looking to, where the alliance offers advantages to Korea. It also offers advantages to the United States. And we are very happy that there's a $5 billion investment program led by Cerberus Capital Management and HD Hyundai to modernize American military and commercial shipyards. That's really exciting for us. Let me say, one of my main messages at the State Department is that we are making economic and commercial diplomacy really the pillar of American foreign policy. For too long, I think we have kind of put those kind of concerns in the back seat to political and military concerns, but ultimately I think the lesson of history is that unless you have a strong and vibrant economy, you cannot sustain political and military influence over the long term. I don't know why that seems so obvious, but somehow our policymakers seem to lose sight of that. And I think President Trump is very keen to leverage the United States' important role in the world economy to the benefit of our people. For many decades, the vast American consumer market has been open for other countries to exploit, which is fine if they can provide goods and services that the American people want. But the United States should get something out of that. It cannot be a one-way street that we don't have those kind of reciprocal benefits with other countries. And so, in this administration, we are very focused on resetting our trade policies in a way that allows us to show the American people that we're delivering results. So in short, we're evolving our traditional security alliance with the Republic of Korea into a more comprehensive partnership that is integrated economically and industrially and aligned with broader Indo-Pacific priorities. So as we enter this new chapter, though, I want to stress that the fundamentals of our alliance are stronger than ever. The US-ROK alliance and our extended deterrence commitments are ironclad, as I've already observed. Alongside the Korea's commitments to assume more of the burden for maintaining conventional deterrence against North Korea, the U.S. is committed to strengthening extended nuclear deterrence for the ROK. We aim to deter adversaries' aggressive or coercive actions before they escalate to conflict. We're in complete alignment on North Korea. Our policy remains the complete denuclearization of the DPRK. Both President Trump and President Lee support meaningful dialogue with the DPRK and have called upon North Korea to abide by its international obligations, including abandoning its weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile programs. I just want to reaffirm, we'll also work with other partners across the Indo-Pacific to uphold the international law of the sea and peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and elsewhere in the region. The safety and prosperity of the United States is closely intertwined with the safety and prosperity of the entire Indo-Pacific region. As I never get tired of saying the United States is itself a Pacific nation, and we take that part of the world very, very seriously. And we certainly won't tolerate any aggressive or coercive behavior that threatens our way of life in that theater or elsewhere. So this new chapter of U.S.-Korea relations is truly a historic one, and we're looking forward to exponentially increased exchanges between our two countries and accelerated innovation in manufacturing, technology, defense, and other fields. Our two countries are united with our democratic strength and resilience, and we'll go together as we embrace the next chapter of this great and storied alliance. Thank you very much.
Bring this down a little bit. Please help me one more time to thank Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. We're very grateful for those informative, substantive, and indeed reassuring remarks about the commitment to the US-ROK alliance partnership. And I'm so grateful for all of you for coming here today. This has been a tremendous learning experience for me, a great opportunity to reconnect with the people who are united in this same mission that I am so devoted to. The staff at the Korea Society all came together, the staff at the Atlantic Council all came together, really inspiring moment. And this is not the end of the conference. We invite you to stay and eat lunch with us, relax, hang out, get to know each other, and let's think about the ways in which we can continue to work together and have fun, because that's ultimately what an alliance relationship comes down to. It's based fundamentally on relationships, and that's what the business of today is all about. Thank you for joining us for our Van Fleet Policy Forum. Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Juju Chang, co-anchor of Nightline and a longtime journalist for ABC News, though I was born Changhyunju in Seoul. You know, there are three pillars I'd like to discuss for the Korea Society. First, there's trust. You may know the Korea Society was founded in 1957 by General James Van Fleet, the longest-serving UN Forces commander during the Korean War. It's dedicated solely to the promotion of greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. In today's fast-paced news cycle, you can trust that the Korea Society will deliver the information, perspectives, and expert analysis you need to ensure that you're always getting the full picture. Whether it's breaking down the geopolitical impact of the latest trade deal or diving deeper into the complex history of inter-Korean peninsular relations. TKS is committed to offering credible, up-to-date insights to help you understand current events and issues concerning U.S.-Korea relations. Guest speakers featured just this year include current and former government officials from both the U.S. and Korea, reputable journalists, and other influential figures in the global policy space. On the business and economic side, interviews and conversations with leaders of global corporations and local government officials. who raise important questions while providing key context and analysis on timely issues. Further tapping into current trends, the Startup Scene series is dedicated to informing, inspiring, and connecting entrepreneurial minds in the Korean and Korean American startup landscape. It culminates each spring in an annual forum that features expert panelists and exclusive networking opportunities. The second pillar, knowledge. When it comes to fostering meaningful ties among a diverse audience, the impact of knowledge and cultural exchange cannot be understated. TKS delivers a wide array of lectures, language classes, which I've enrolled my son in, interactive workshops, live performances, and even community events like 술 tasting, where you can learn the history and making of signature Korean beverages while supporting local Korean and Korean American businesses. Contemporary art exhibitions, interviews with film directors and Broadway actors, conversations centering Korean and Korean Americans behind the scenes of the food industry or gastro-diplomacy, analysis of the latest trends, cultural trends like K-pop or literature, book talks, which explore works both originally written in English and translated from Korean. They are not only a source of entertainment, but they further showcase the extraordinary rise of Korea's global influence. The Y.T. Hwang Family Foundation series on ethics and common values also supplies an important platform for prominent Korean and Korean American voices to promote a deeper understanding of the central themes that connect us all as humans. The Young Professionals Network provides a space for eager young minds to connect and gain expertise across a range of disciplines, including health, law, gaming, and fashion. Long-running educational programs include the Project Bridge Youth Ambassador Program, which was established in 1993 in response to the 1992 Los Angeles riots to help bridge the gap between U.S. and Korean youth. Newer initiatives, such as the Undergraduate Korea Study Abroad Travel Grant, give even more opportunity for students to experience Korea by helping cover travel and accommodation costs that often pose decisive barriers. The Sherman Family Korea Emerging Scholar Lecture Award recognizes emerging thought leaders with the goal of promoting U.S. scholarship in Korea. Established in 2017, the award is named in honor of the family of Philip Sherman, an active member of the Korea Society Board who sadly passed away in December of 2024. Phil's lifelong passion for Korea and his exemplary dedication to the Korea Society's mission will be dearly missed. And of course, the third pillar is service. The Korea Society is the only American nonprofit in the U.S. dedicated to serving the full range of U.S.-Korea relations. For 68 years, TKS has served as a platform for policymakers, business leaders, and other influential figures to discuss the most pressing matters concerning U.S.-Korea relations and to promote mutually beneficial cooperation. Simultaneously, the Society has acted as an ambassador to promote people-to-people diplomacy, a role made vital by surging interest in K-culture. Each year, the Society's Van Fleet Award recognizes outstanding individuals and organizations that have made significant contributions to the U.S.-Korea relationship, further demonstrating the Korea Society's mission of promoting greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. Trust, knowledge, service. To each of its individual and corporate members, donors, and friends, the Korea Society would like to thank you all for your continued support and looks forward to walking hand in hand as it enters an exciting new era. Good evening, everyone. I'm Juju Chang, co-anchor of Nightline and a longtime journalist for ABC News, though I was born Changhyunju in Seoul. You know, there are three pillars I'd like to discuss for the Korea Society. First, there's trust. You may know the Korea Society was founded in 1957 by General James Van Fleet, the longest-serving UN forces commander during the Korean War. It's dedicated solely to the promotion of greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. In today's fast-paced news cycle, you can trust that the Korea Society will deliver the information, perspectives, and expert analysis you need to ensure that you're always getting the full picture. Whether it's breaking down the geopolitical impact of the latest trade deal or diving deeper into the complex history of inter-Korean peninsular relations. TKS is committed to offering credible, up-to-date insights to help you understand current events and issues concerning U.S.-Korea relations. Guest speakers featured just this year include current and former government officials from both the U.S. and Korea, reputable journalists, and other influential figures in the global policy space. On the business and economic side, interviews and conversations with leaders of global corporations and local government officials who raise important questions while providing key context and analysis on timely issues. Further tapping into current trends, the Startup Scene series is dedicated to informing, inspiring, and connecting entrepreneurial minds in the Korean and Korean American startup landscape. It culminates each spring in an annual forum that features expert panelists and exclusive networking opportunities. The second pillar, knowledge. When it comes to fostering meaningful ties among a diverse audience, the impact of knowledge and cultural exchange cannot be understated. TKS delivers a wide array of lectures, language classes, which I've enrolled my son in, interactive workshops, live performances, and even community events like 술 tasting, where you can learn the history and making of signature Korean beverages while supporting local Korean and Korean American businesses. Contemporary art exhibitions, interviews with film directors and Broadway actors, conversations centering Korean and Korean Americans behind the scenes of the food industry or gastro-diplomacy, analysis of the latest trends, cultural trends like K-pop or literature, book talks, which explore works both originally written in English and translated from Korean. They are not only a source of entertainment, but they further showcase the extraordinary rise of Korea's global influence. The Y.T. Hwang Family Foundation series on ethics and common values also supplies an important platform for prominent Korean and Korean American voices to promote a deeper understanding of the central themes that connect us all as humans. The Young Professionals Network provides a space for eager young minds to connect and gain expertise across a range of disciplines, including health, law, gaming, and fashion. Long-running educational programs include the Project Bridge Youth Ambassador Program, which was established in 1993 in response to the 1992 Los Angeles riots to help bridge the gap between U.S. and Korean youth. Newer initiatives, such as the Undergraduate Korea Study Abroad Travel Grant, give even more opportunity for students to experience Korea by helping cover travel and accommodation costs that often pose decisive barriers. The Sherman Family Korea Emerging Scholar Lecture Award recognizes emerging thought leaders with the goal of promoting U.S. scholarship in Korea. Established in 2017, the award is named in honor of the family of Philip Sherman, an active member of the Korea Society Board who sadly passed away in December of 2024. Phil's lifelong passion for Korea and his exemplary dedication to the Korea Society's mission will be dearly missed. And of course, the third pillar is service. The Korea Society is the only American nonprofit in the U.S. dedicated to serving the full range of U.S.-Korea relations. For 68 years, TKS has served as a platform for policymakers, business leaders, and other influential figures to discuss the most pressing matters concerning U.S.-Korea relations and to promote mutually beneficial cooperation. Simultaneously, the Society has acted as an ambassador to promote people-to-people diplomacy, a role made vital by surging interest in K-culture. Each year, the Society's Van Fleet Award recognizes outstanding individuals and organizations that have made significant contributions to the U.S.-Korea relationship. further demonstrating the Korea Society's mission of promoting greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. Trust, knowledge, service. To each of its individual and corporate members, donors, and friends, the Korea Society would like to thank you all for your continued support and looks forward to walking hand in hand as it enters an exciting new era. Good evening, everyone. I'm Juju Chang, co-anchor of Nightline and a longtime journalist for ABC News, though I was born Changhyunju in Seoul. You know, there are three pillars I'd like to discuss for the Korea Society. First, there's trust. You may know the Korea Society was founded in 1957 by General James Van Fleet, the longest-serving UN forces commander during the Korean War. It's dedicated solely to the promotion of greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. In today's fast-paced news cycle, you can trust that the Korea Society will deliver the information, perspectives, and expert analysis you need to ensure that you're always getting the full picture. Whether it's breaking down the geopolitical impact of the latest trade deal or diving deeper into the complex history of inter-Korean peninsular relations. TKS is committed to offering credible, up-to-date insights to help you understand current events and issues concerning U.S.-Korea relations. Guest speakers featured just this year include current and former government officials from both the U.S. and Korea, reputable journalists, and other influential figures in the global policy space. On the business and economic side, interviews and conversations with leaders of global corporations and local government officials who raise important questions while providing key context and analysis on timely issues. Further tapping into current trends, the Startup Scene series is dedicated to informing, inspiring, and connecting entrepreneurial minds in the Korean and Korean American startup landscape. It culminates each spring in an annual forum that features expert panelists and exclusive networking opportunities. The second pillar, knowledge. When it comes to fostering meaningful ties among a diverse audience, the impact of knowledge and cultural exchange cannot be understated. TKS delivers a wide array of lectures, language classes, which I've enrolled my son in, interactive workshops, live performances, and even community events like 술 tasting, where you can learn the history and making of signature Korean beverages while supporting local Korean and Korean American businesses. Contemporary art exhibitions, interviews with film directors and Broadway actors, conversations centering Korean and Korean Americans behind the scenes of the food industry or gastro-diplomacy, analysis of the latest trends, cultural trends like K-pop or literature, book talks, which explore works both originally written in English and translated from Korean. They are not only a source of entertainment, but they further showcase the extraordinary rise of Korea's global influence. The Y.T. Hwang Family Foundation series on ethics and common values also supplies an important platform for prominent Korean and Korean American voices to promote a deeper understanding of the central themes that connect us all as humans. The Young Professionals Network provides a space for eager young minds to connect and gain expertise across a range of disciplines, including health, law, gaming, and fashion. Long-running educational programs include the Project Bridge Youth Ambassador Program, which was established in 1993 in response to the 1992 Los Angeles riots to help bridge the gap between U.S. and Korean youth. Newer initiatives, such as the Undergraduate Korea Study Abroad Travel Grant, give even more opportunity for students to experience Korea by helping cover travel and accommodation costs that often pose decisive barriers. The Sherman Family Korea Emerging Scholar Lecture Award recognizes emerging thought leaders with the goal of promoting U.S. scholarship in Korea. Established in 2017, the award is named in honor of the family of Philip Sherman, an active member of the Korea Society Board who sadly passed away in December of 2024. Phil's lifelong passion for Korea and his exemplary dedication to the Korea Society's mission will be dearly missed. And of course, the third pillar is service. The Korea Society is the only American nonprofit in the U.S. dedicated to serving the full range of U.S.-Korea relations. For 68 years, TKS has served as a platform for policymakers, business leaders, and other influential figures to discuss the most pressing matters concerning U.S.-Korea relations and to promote mutually beneficial cooperation. Simultaneously, the Society has acted as an ambassador to promote people-to-people diplomacy, a role made vital by surging interest in K-culture. Each year, the Society's Van Fleet Award recognizes outstanding individuals and organizations that have made significant contributions to the U.S.-Korea relationship, further demonstrating the Korea Society's mission of promoting greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. Trust, knowledge, service. To each of its individual and corporate members, donors, and friends, the Korea Society would like to thank you all for your continued support and looks forward to walking hand in hand as it enters an exciting new era. Good evening, everyone. I'm Juju Chang, co-anchor of Nightline and a longtime journalist for ABC News, though I was born Changhyunju in Seoul. You know, there are three pillars I'd like to discuss for the Korea Society. First, there's trust. You may know the Korea Society was founded in 1957 by General James Van Fleet, the longest-serving UN forces commander during the Korean War. It's dedicated solely to the promotion of greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. In today's fast-paced news cycle, you can trust that the Korea Society will deliver the information, perspectives, and expert analysis you need to ensure that you're always getting the full picture. Whether it's breaking down the geopolitical impact of the latest trade deal or diving deeper into the complex history of inter-Korean peninsular relations. TKS is committed to offering credible, up-to-date insights to help you understand current events and issues concerning U.S.-Korea relations. Guest speakers featured just this year include current and former government officials from both the U.S. and Korea, reputable journalists, and other influential figures in the global policy space. On the business and economic side, interviews and conversations with leaders of global corporations and local government officials who raise important questions while providing key context and analysis on timely issues. Further tapping into current trends, the Startup Scene series is dedicated to informing, inspiring, and connecting entrepreneurial minds in the Korean and Korean American startup landscape. It culminates each spring in an annual forum that features expert panelists and exclusive networking opportunities. The second pillar, knowledge. When it comes to fostering meaningful ties among a diverse audience, the impact of knowledge and cultural exchange cannot be understated. TKS delivers a wide array of lectures, language classes, which I've enrolled my son in, interactive workshops, live performances, and even community events like 술 tasting, where you can learn the history and making of signature Korean beverages while supporting local Korean and Korean American businesses. Contemporary art exhibitions, interviews with film directors and Broadway actors, conversations centering Korean and Korean Americans behind the scenes of the food industry or gastro-diplomacy, analysis of the latest trends, cultural trends like K-pop or literature, book talks, which explore works both originally written in English and translated from Korean. They are not only a source of entertainment, but they further showcase the extraordinary rise of Korea's global influence. The Y.T. Huang Family Foundation series on ethics and common values also supplies an important platform for prominent Korean and Korean American voices to promote a deeper understanding of the central themes that connect us all as humans. The Young Professionals Network provides a space for eager young minds to connect and gain expertise across a range of disciplines, including health, law, gaming, and fashion. Long-running educational programs include the Project Bridge Youth Ambassador Program, which was established in 1993 in response to the 1992 Los Angeles riots to help bridge the gap between U.S. and Korean youth. Newer initiatives, such as the Undergraduate Korea Study Abroad Travel Grant, give even more opportunity for students to experience Korea by helping cover travel and accommodation costs that often pose decisive barriers. The Sherman Family Korea Emerging Scholar Lecture Award recognizes emerging thought leaders with the goal of promoting U.S. scholarship in Korea. Established in 2017, the award is named in honor of the family of Philip Sherman, an active member of the Korea Society Board who sadly passed away in December of 2024.